Mi estómago se acaba de aventar un rugido de hambre, pero como si fuera león en la selva. Muy feliz mañana a todos ustedes. Espero que estén teniendo un excelente día, que hayan dormido rico y los que pues trabajan de noche a cerrar el día con absolutamente todo. Bienvenidos a esta edición del Casino del Tío Salo. Vamos a platicar y vamos a, por supuesto, que checar todas las tablas. Hay muchas cosas pasando muy interesantes en el mercado ahorita. Viendo la tabla de Nvidia, tienes muchísimas cosas en la diaria, viendo los bonos, viendo el dólar, el craze de AI, todo esto. Pero el día de hoy quería platicar con ustedes antes de empezar toda esta barbaridad para poder analizar las tablas de lo que nos están haciendo en este momento, lo que las noticias nos están intentando vender. Recuerden, en este canal no vemos las noticias, no ponemos atención a ello, solo ponemos atención a lo que están diciendo y cómo la gente reacciona. Pero no estamos poniendo atención a la noticia como tal porque sabemos que es palo. O mínimo es como yo lo veo. Ahora puede que todas las noticias en verdad se dediquen de verdad a informar a la gente porque tienen un gran corazón y simplemente yo ando aquí de retrasado mental diciéndole todas estas pendejadas. Pero el día de hoy vamos a platicar de noticias que están escondiendo la verdad detrás del gasto. ¿Y por qué vamos a platicar de esto? Hemos platicado de Larry Fink. Larry Fink es el CEO de BlackRock y lo puedes buscar en internet, no solamente su nombre, pero puedes buscar el clip donde él públicamente dice, nosotros podemos cambiar y crear comportamiento en la gente y lo podemos hacer de diferentes formas. Y al hablar de esto, es literalmente lo que está ocurriendo el día de hoy. Y para ello, muchos de nosotros diremos que uno causa el otro y le pondrías a uno primero y luego el otro. Ahorita van a ver de qué estoy hablando. Y también quiero que entiendan antes de empezar a entrar estas noticias que dos cosas pueden ser verdad al mismo tiempo, o más, en realidad. Entonces, voy a empezar con esta. En la portada de este video están viendo lo de Tulum, ¿no? Que por cierto le robé el thumbnail a alguien y cambié la cara de la presidenta de México por mi cara. Y ahora hay un video flotando de mí que alguien puso en X, que se está yendo viral. Ah, güey, ya extrañaba sus mentadas de madre, gracias. Gracias a todos. Es un video tan viejo, hablaba todavía de política y de cosas así que excelente. Pero bienvenidos todos a mentarme la madre, por supuesto. Aquí está su servilleta para eso existimos. Entonces, con eso dicho, vamos para adelante. Me robo este thumbnail porque ahorita hay la noticia de que en Tulum no hay turistas. La ocupancia está al menos de 50%, etcétera. Nadie está yendo, está abandonado. Y a todos ustedes les dicen que Tulum está así porque, pues, güey, tienes la mafia, los taxistas cobran muchísimo por un helado, están cobrando para entrar a las playas, el servicio no es bueno. Han escuchado todo eso. Ok, díganme qué tiene en común esta noticia con la que sigue. Escucharon, ¿se acuerdan? Hace un año platicaron de que en Canadá los canadienses se pusieron de acuerdo, casi un año, fue al principio de este año porque Trump ganó las elecciones, se pusieron de acuerdo en Canadá, todos los canadienses, platicaron entre todos, hicieron un team back y dijeron, güey, no deberíamos de ir nunca más a Estados Unidos porque Donald Trump es muy malo. Y el turismo canadiense ha caído durísimo. ¿Han escuchado eso? Estoy seguro que también han escuchado la de Las Vegas, que se parece mucho a la de Tulum. La noticia de Las Vegas es, oigan, adivinen qué, nadie está yendo a Las Vegas está quebrando, los hoteles están vacíos, no hay nadie en Las Vegas y todo esto es gracias a estos hijos de puta que son dueños de los casinos poniendo precios loquísimos y es lo que están causando. Ellos están haciendo que la gente que es muy inteligente definitivamente no quiere venir a Las Vegas, ¿no? Eso también lo han escuchado. Bien, han escuchado también que el turismo a Europa de los gringos ha disminuido y el turismo de los europeos a Estados Unidos ha disminuido y le echan la culpa una vez más a Trump y el cambio de ideologías. La otra que también nos están dando, hay varios, ¿no? También existe el, güey, la gente está dejando de consumir alcohol como antes. Porque recuerden, la gente es súper inteligente, todos los días somos los changuitos más inteligentes de este planeta y todos sabemos las cosas que son malas para nosotros y por eso no nos metemos en ellas, porque hemos evolucionado a tal grado, básicamente soy un ser de séptima densidad, me puedes casi decir Dios, ¿no? Porque soy tan inteligente en todas las decisiones que tomo y ahora todo el mundo está dejando de tomar alcohol. ¡Qué locura! Güey, la gente también está cansada de los restaurantes intentando aprovecharse de ellos y lo que están haciendo es cocinando más en casa. Es que está cansada la gente. La gente es muy inteligente y por eso está completamente endeudada hasta los talones. ¿No? La otra que viene ahorita es la electricidad. Y esto todo esto está junto. Ahorita se los voy a juntar todo. La electricidad en Estados Unidos tiene que subir de precio como loca. Aunque sí, la gasolina, ¿cómo se dice? La gasolina, el petróleo estén abajo, el gas natural está por ahí de los $3, literalmente, en un lugar donde no está caro. Toda la energía, los precios de la energía tal cual están baratos, excepto la energía que tenemos que usar en casa. Y ahora muchos dirán, pero es que Alejandro, ahora usamos coches eléctricos, tenemos más cosas para cargar, etcétera. Correcto. Entonces, ¿por qué los precios de estas energías, llamémosla alternativa, no están subiendo y el petróleo está colapsando? Está a punto de empezar a entrar en una espiral para abajo, que es bastante preocupante. ¿Me pueden entonces explicar por qué la energía está subiendo? No, es que, güey, es obvio, estas empresas malignas están creando estos data centers, ¿no? Donde ponen todos los chipsets de Nvidia y ponen todos estos clusters de computación y están jalando demasiada energía. Y es por eso, Alejandro, que todos estamos pagando por ello. Ahora, si escucharon todas estas pendejadas, espero que se hayan dado cuenta de una cosa. El comportamiento de la gente está cambiando. ¿Y por qué está cambiando el comportamiento de la gente? Y lo que más me gusta es que siempre tenemos una alternativa a ver esto que es tan sencillo, ¿no? En Tulum, es que están abusando de la gente, todo está muy caro, los helados que cuestan $1,000, todo esto, ¿no? La gente no está yendo a Tulum porque no tiene dinero. ¿Por qué la gente se aguantó todo el abuso de Tulum por todo ese tiempo? Y de repente la gente se volvió inteligente, ¿no? Porque es lo que pasa. Normalmente te vuelves muy inteligente de un día para otro y dices, no, ya no voy a regresar a Tulum. Es como el de Las Vegas. Ahorita están diciendo, la gente está cansada de que los dueños de los hoteles quiten el buffet y hagan todas estas cosas. Todo esto está pasando en todo el mundo. Estos cambios de comportamiento los están generando ellos para que la gente deje de gastar. No sé si se dan cuenta, los están destruyendo financieramente a todos. Es lo que me hace a mí pensar que todavía esto va a durar más y que sería el peor escenario para toda la gente que no está preparada, por supuesto. Entonces tienes el escenario de Tulum, ¿no? Que abusa de la gente. No es cierto, la gente no tiene dinero para ir allá y sobre todo el peso estando tan caro relativamente con el dólar. Recuerden que los gringos no tienen un centavo. Y los europeos también están jodidos. Los europeos viven en la mierda. Y se los digo como alguien que tiene pasaporte europeo. Ahora, coleccionando pasaportes, ¿no? Entonces, todos los canadienses, los canadienses no se juntaron todos de las manitas, hicieron un team back y dijeron, güey, no vamos a Estados Unidos porque no nos respeta Donald Trump. No vienen porque Canadá está en una recesión de no mames. Por eso no vienen los canadienses. Cuando fui a Las Vegas para Fórmula 1 hace 2 años, me compré, en la mañana pedí a mi cuarto que me trajeron una botella de agua, no, 2 botellas de agua y una jarra de café. Eso me costó $95. En ese entonces todos estábamos bien, ¿no? Con el abuso de lo que nos estaban cobrando. O sea, literalmente, ¿cuántos son $100? $2,000 por una jarra de café y 2 aguas. $1,000. Olvídate el helado de esta mamada. Me están diciendo que ahora la gente, de la nada, la gente se volteó y dijo, no, basta de esto, hoy sí ya me pongo. No, la gente no tiene dinero. Si pudieran gastar más, lo harían. Y la prueba está en que tienen la mayor cantidad de deuda en tarjeta de crédito de toda la historia en este momento. Las delincuencias que me dijeron, no se dicen delincuencias, Alejandro, se dicen pagos retrasados. Los pagos retrasados y más bien no pagos están en altos históricos. Todo indica que la gente está en la mierda. Pero estas narrativas muy divertidas están aquí para hacernos pensar que el ser humano, la gente no está tomando alcohol, están cambiando. La gente, también otra que dijeron, la gente está dejando de hacer fiestas. Todo esto no es porque nosotros crecimos como seres, nos volvimos seres de luz y dijimos, güey, basta de todas estas cosas. Fue diseñado por estos güeyes. La gente no es que no esté tomando, la gente está tomando en casa. Ya no, cuando voy a ver a estos restaurantes, que tengo amigos que tienen restaurantes, me dicen, güey, el consumo La misma cantidad de gente viene al restaurante, pero se gastan 30% menos de lo que se gastaban hace literalmente a principios de año. 30% menos. Todos están dejando de chupar. Van a casa y se ponen la peda, porque ahí pueden comprar el alcohol por más barato. La gente no está cambiando y volviéndose mejor. Ahora, las nuevas generaciones no beben tanto como las otras. Correcto. Pero los que están diciendo es que nosotros estamos cambiando y dejando de chupar. No es cierto. La gente está poniéndose hasta el culo en la casa, porque las ventas de alcohol en ese sentido continúan. Las que no continúan son las de los restaurantes, porque están bajando el consumo porque no les alcanza. Y hemos llegado ahí donde la gente ya está tan rota. Pero lo chido es que nos creemos todas estas excusas y lo pueden continuar haciendo. Pero esto es un cambio de comportamiento nacido de las instituciones. Recuerden que las instituciones son dueños de los bancos, que son las que literalmente ponen los intereses, no la Reserva Federal, lo que hace que todo el dinero esté más caro, lo que está apretando a toda la gente, lo que hizo que todos los precios de todo subieran y ahora va a ser un shock deflacionario. Es lo que yo creo personalmente. Y eso va a dejar a todo el mundo en la puta calle. Porque recuerden, por más que queramos imaginarnos que de verdad Canadá se juntó de las manitas, que los gringos se juntaron de las manitas y dijimos, ya no vamos a ser abusados en Tulum ni en Las Vegas, y todas estas cosas, la verdad es que somos una bola de pendejos ignorantes en todo y continuamos siendo eso y está perfecto. Y somos eso más aparte avaros, avariciosos. Entonces, no nos interesa para nada esto. Lo que pasa es que ya no nos dan créditos para las tarjetas, para poder pagar esto, para poder hacer estos viajes a paguitos. Ya se nos acabó todo el dinero. Esa es la realidad de dónde está la sociedad y dónde nos pusieron para poder hacer cambios de comportamiento como los que estamos viendo, si es que no lo comprenden. Y el comportamiento que nos están metiendo es, quédate en casa encerrado, no salgas, no hagas ejercicio, no veas a otras personas, no comas bien, pide de comer, que todo te lo den rápido, que todo te lo den en un instante. No pidas de comer, que te traigan algo, no hagas de comer, que te traigan algo, etcétera. Es lo que están instaurando en todos nosotros y lo están haciendo a través del dinero. Es básicamente todo. Esto es básicamente todo, es lo que está pasando en este momento. Y ahora con lo de inteligencia artificial, con los precios de la electricidad subiendo, no. La razón por la que los precios de electricidad están subiendo, la razón por la que la comida está subiendo, la razón por la que los seguros de casa, los seguros de coches y todas estas seguros médicos, gastos médicos y todo esto está subiendo es porque son esenciales. Y habíamos platicado esto hace un año, literalmente, diciendo, vamos a ver cosas esenciales que necesitamos subir de precio, porque también son obligatorias. En Estados Unidos tienes que tener seguro médico a huevo y también de coche. Estamos viendo estos incrementos de precios en todas estas áreas y estamos viendo que si quieres comprar un coche, quieres comprar una casa en la gran mayoría de Estados Unidos, quieres comprar muebles. Ayer fui a comprar mi sillón ya por fin. Hoy tienen una venta de clearance, a la verga, hasta 70% de descuento en la tienda, a donde fui a comprar mi sillón ayer. Entonces, no, la inflación está brutal. No, no es cierto. Lo que están haciendo es literalmente agarrando a la gente de donde tiene que gastar a huevo y haciéndoles esto para poder destruirlos financieramente. Y nadie, no sé por qué la gente no se da cuenta de ello, pero en realidad deberíamos de protestar y decir, güey, esto ya no tiene que ver con inflación. Estás haciendo esto a propósito para destruirnos a todos y hacer vender todas nuestras cosas y que tú te quedes con todo. Pero, de nuevo, no somos seres de luz, no somos dioses, no somos los inteligentes que están haciendo esto. Nos están obligando a través del dinero a tomar estas malas decisiones. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Ahí lo tienen. Muy interesante. Aquí ponen las monedas fiat se van al carajo. Sigue apostando en ello. Todas se van menos el dólar. Una vez más, en este canal creemos que el dólar está a punto de reventar a la alza en los próximos de 3 a 6 meses y eso va a destruir a todo el planeta, porque si te lo están diciendo en las noticias, tu Paco favorito, que se viene y viene el final del dólar para darle camino a Bitcoin, pon todo tu dinero en Bitcoin porque les deberías de creer a todos ellos. Y también, pues, saca todo tu dinero en los dólares y compra más acciones porque es lo que te están diciendo que todo el mundo está haciendo y es lo que está haciendo que todo el mundo se vuelva rico. Y ya que todo el mundo sabe algo, sabemos perfectamente que continúa funcionando. Eso es sarcasmo para los que no entiendan sarcasmo, que yo sé que hay bastantes, aunque seamos seres de luz que entendamos todas esas cosas. Sin más ni más, vámonos a las tablas para poder hacer una lanita, como de que no. esperando a ver cómo va el mercado. Hemos estado tradeando el rango de Bitcoin. Divino, 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 divino. Ha estado jugando perfecto con nosotros y vamos a continuar esto. ¿Cómo de que no? Y pues bueno, para todos los que quieran también, estoy compartiendo mis pensamientos por ahí en Discord para la gente que quiera aprender de esto. Y la razón por qué se me hace algo importante es nuestro Discord, para empezar, es absolutamente gratuito, manos, damas y caballeros. Es el Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Pueden ver aquí a la izquierda, tenemos el menú, dice Elite Trading Academy. Ahora, nunca les vamos a mandar mensajes ni Alex, ni Farhan, ni yo. Lo más chistoso de todo es el este de Alex y de Farhan, ¿no? ¿Cómo se llama? Sus nicknames dice, no mando DM primero. Y la gente estafando a la gente tiene el mismo, no mando DM primero, y me mandan correos. Oye, me acaba de escribir Alex, que pone ahí mismo el estafador también, no mando DM primero, y me está diciendo que si quiero hacer esto es de, no tenemos esperanza. Pero recuerden, la gente se puso de acuerdo porque somos muy listos para no ir a Cancún y a todos estos lugares. Tienes del lado izquierdo todos los menús, tienes acá todos los análisis de Alex, los de Farhan por acá, tienes al tío Salo también compartiendo por acá. Les compartí el rango de Bitcoin, está jugando perfecto. Aquí lo tienen. Y arriba tenemos los análisis del VIX, tenemos los análisis del, ¿cómo se dice? Del JPY y de varias cosas que son muy importantes para la bolsa y que puedes aprender a seguirlos. Hay gente que me dijo que estoy hablando crípticamente porque puse este post diciendo, si quieres ver de a dónde va todo, tienes que ver cómo va el dólar, el yen, y tienes que ver cómo van los bonos, que aquí se los puse, ¿no? Para que tú lo puedas monitorear y no tengas que escuchar a Pacos cambiar de opinión día y noche, de no, es que ahora sí, no, ahora no, no, es que ahora sí, es que Donald Trump puso un tweet y luego lo quitó y luego lo borró y luego se echaron para atrás y fue una confusión. Para que no caigas en esas estupideces, porque es lo que son, literalmente estupideces, puedes simplemente monitorear estas cosas. Y te lo doy con un punto de vista neutral, ¿no? De simplemente velo tú, y si está llegando a estos puntos que estamos analizando por acá, ahí puedes decir, ¿es bajista o alcista la bolsa? Es por eso que existe esto, para que no tengas que escuchar pendejadas, porque esto es lo que me dijo justamente antes de que la bolsa se cayera, el mercado se cayera. Salimos por acá a decirles, el índice del dólar tiene un cero de volatilidad diaria expandiendo a la alza. Esto fue el 9 de octubre, fue el jueves en la mañana, la caída fue el viernes. ¿Me entienden? Estas cosas de verdad son las que dicen, no tu Paco favorito, y toda la gente todavía en X. Es que no sé, que nadie vio venir esto. Claro que sí, claro que sí. O sea, no mamen. Criptolingo, también tenemos esto para poder explicar todas las abreviaciones. Ahora, si no entiendes ni las abreviaciones tampoco, güey, tienes estos videos 3 veces a la semana, 4 horas estamos dándole a acciones. Vete el curso que existe en nuestro sitio. Te juro por mi vida, no me va a hacer millonario que compres un curso de $29, te lo juro por mi vida. Y eso en 1 hora y 40 minutos vas a aprender cómo hablar esta terminología, para cuando veas los en vivos entiendas todo lo que estamos diciendo. Y también tienes la posibilidad de unirte a nuestro sitio para poder preguntarnos. Mañana jueves tenemos clase, cualquier pregunta técnica de lo que no entiendas, ¿ok? Tenemos el chat general, por supuesto, volviendo a ver a todos por acá, a ver qué es lo que están pensando. Vamos a ver. P&L Cards, vengan a compartir cuánto estás perdiendo, ganando. Roscana Pinochín, menos 82% en tu trade. Acá te agarró por sorpresa, pero luego tuviste un 90%, así que bien armado. Un 69%, muy elegante, 270%, mi estimado. ¿Ese fue bot? No, fue Diego. Puta madre, César, 1106% y 292%. Felicidades. Acá, ¿qué pasó? Ganamos $5,000, 4,500. Oye, mándate una comisión, brother. Aquí el tío Salo anda bien jodido, ¿no? Nada mal, 1,600%. ¿Dónde está Tomatito? Siento que Tomatito ya dejó su chamba acá y se regresó a ser el advisor de Nancy Pelosi. Pero bueno, ahí lo tienen. Si son degenerados como nosotros y quieren también aprender a tradear y usar estos exchanges de futuros como nosotros para poder hacer cortos, largos y apalancarse, como Dios manda, ¿no? Que en ETA el apalancamiento a 30,000% es aparentemente la comida de todos los días. Aquí tienes un video de 10 minutos, de 11 minutos, que te enseña cómo abrir una cuenta cómo fondear la cuenta, cómo dentro de la cuenta mandar tu dinero de spot a futuros, cómo poder abrir un corto, cómo abrir un largo, cómo poner un stop loss, cómo poner un take profit, cómo apalancarte, cruzado, aislado, etcétera. Esto funciona para todos los exchanges, pero te enseña cómo usar Bitunix. Le picas acá en Bitunix y te va a llevar al sitio. Vamos a tener una dinámica chida aquí, así que regístrense usando este código para poder participar en ella, y también tiene bonos, como si pones $2,000 te van a dar $400 en bono de depósito para que puedas tradear en futuros. Y otra cosa que también hacen es fees, te van a dar un break in fees, 30% menos de todo lo que paga toda la plataforma si usas nuestro enlace, así que disfrútalo, tío. Y cualquier cosa, también acá en Tutos tenemos más. En Bitunix te puedes apalancar hasta 125x, en Bluffing te puedes apalancar hasta 150x, este es el video más completo. También tenemos BTCC que también tiene acciones, les voy a poner el video acá para que también lo puedan hacer, pero aquí tienes todo en Tutos y es gratis todo esto, el Discord es gratis, todo. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros, vamos a darle, si están buscando el enlace para esto, vayan a YouTube, pon Alejandro Salomón, van a ver vivo y ahí abajo pon la descripción, por favor. Dicen, todo lo quieren en la manita, cabrón. O sea, estoy ocupado, ¿no? Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos. Vamos a darle con Toño de Valdés a esto. Good morning, boys. How you doing? Hey, how you
Días,
doing?
muchachos. How you guys doing? Coming at you from Chinatown. Well, that's racist to say, but Japantown.
Chinatown, nice.
Wait, are you really in Chinatown in Japan?
No.
Okay. I was like, holy shit. This is a confused traveler right there.
I'm in Ikebukuro. It's about like 10, 15 minutes away from Shibuya.
Oh, yeah. I'm very familiar with all my Shibuyas and Shabuyas and Chichis and all that stuff.
It's the area where they do that big drift in Tokyo Drift.
I didn't watch it because I'm not gay.
I haven't watched it.
You haven't seen Tokyo Drift?
No, I'm sorry. Any movie where Bow Wow is in it, I can't do that. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's a classic. And I'm the one who hasn't seen classics.
And by the way, I've heard a lot of people say that it's actually pretty good and it's a classic, but I'm just not gay enough to watch
Tokyo Drift is my favorite Fast and Furious movie.
That's what I'm saying. I've heard that from a lot of people. I don't know why. I just can't get past the fact that Bow Wow is in it. So
they became extremely gay after the fifth one, though. I'll give you that.
Oh my God, the new ones are unwatchable. They're
Didn't
so
they go
bad.
to space or something? I think they went to outer space. I don't know.
Listen, I saw in some they did. They lost me a long time ago when they were doing the cartel one and going through the tunnels, and that's where they lost me. And then it just got completely out of control even further afterwards. So I'm done with those guys.
Family.
Let's see what we got on the Bitcoin today. Interesting stuff, guys. Looking good. 11. Yeah. Hey, did you buy the dip? Because you must be doing incredibly well.
Absolutely the fuck not. I did take a little long though, but I've since closed it.
And by the way, trading, right? You can open a long and short, that's fine. But the people buying the dip are doing it in spot.
Yeah, that's not smart. Like investing up here makes no sense at all to me.
Bless their heart.
0 cents. Honestly, though, you will need to be blessed if you're buying here because it's looking quite bad, honestly.
Quite blessed.
Well, because you would need Bull Jesus to step in and give you that green dildo that you ever so need, you're hoping for. That's really what bulls are really betting on. And why is that? Well, it's just because of price action this entire bull market. You get these dumps, and then you just bigly pump. Give the middle finger to bears. You dump, and then you bigly pump. Even here, you just see these little dumps. Let's just measure this out real quick. Like a cheeky 4% leading to a major move up. This is engineered to make you buy the dip all the way down, as you know how that treated 2022 peeps. Wasn't good. Now, for me, we actually have some interesting things to talk about. Last stream, I was talking about why exactly would you be bullish here? Makes 0 sense to be bullish. Actually, more so, you should be actually extremely bearish here. We were talking about the fact that the 12-hour, it was on the 12-hour, SMA 200 got lost. You had rallied up, made a lot of sense. I mean, this was an insane candle on a 2-hour, 1 hour, 30-minute. This all just happened. So yeah, I mean, you bounced comfortably, almost, basically 10%. To me, that was a major bounce. That was a good mean reversion move. And you moved up $10,000. But of course, without confirmation, and this is why confirmation is very important, this can keep you in check, exactly knowing what to look at. We still understand we're in this range. The extremity now, high resistance is $116,000, mid-range at $114,200, and now you're pressing that $112,000 region. This has been a range for quite a while that has really been working out. Now we have this red line, 109,300. This is very important because losing 109,300 opens up this range here, where you have the potential to go all the way under $100,000. Now, going back to what we were looking at last stream, it's Wednesday, so Monday. SMA 200 never got reclaimed. You visually can see that. Yes, you were wicking up, but this was just like distribution to me. All while you had a nice 12-hour silver cross after this dump, giving you confluence that, yeah, bears are in control. Now, viewing the daily, you would have been gauging a bounce, right? You had a major trend shift on the daily. We often know SMA 200 is a major spot, so watching that for a bounce zone made sense. We did talk about that. I remember back, I think it was April. Let's see. Yeah, April when we reclaimed it. We said literally in this region when we were chopping, if we dump all the way down, it'll be better for bulls to test this sooner rather than later, because this always does get tested eventually, and it did. So you got a mean reversion move. We're so back. You bought the dip, but now you're starting to see, slowly we're rolling over. This is exactly what bulls don't want to see. The spur of the moment up to then fizzling down. It's just not a strength to me. This is predatory price action to get shorts out, get longs aping in right at resistance, just for you to completely revert the whole move. Now, for me, again, just the range is the range. What are we watching? Well, I'm watching $112,000. You see, you're starting to break under that, even on I'll go to an hourly. I often like hourlies when you're in high volatility times. So you're just within a new range. Yes, you're getting a little bounce here. New York has opened. But this is very important because as long as you're under $112,000, you will start rejecting. Let me go now to, I think you're in the 2-hour close even. Better confluence, yeah. Look at exactly what happened here. Lost, and look at, you were dumping. Oh, we have to bounce. We have to bounce. Well, no, 112,000 rejected, leading to the next leg down. This is on the 2-hour. A 2-hour setup giving you 2.72%. Gotta love this market. So that's what's brewing today for me. We want to watch $112,000 very carefully. In my opinion, two things will happen today. You'll either see a major dump, and this is just the start of it, and you are going to start breaking under $100,000 once you lose 109K. I will just preface that. Or you're going to get a short squeeze here. You had bearish news flow in the beginning of New York. You did move down. Oh, don't want to go to VIX. You did move down, but again, if we go to the daily here, bears are just trying essentially to take out yesterday's wick low. Bulls are just trying to get a bounce here. So for me, I don't think you're just going to chop. I think you're either going to capitulate today, similar to what we saw here back in October 10th, or this will lead to a short squeeze. You'll start moving up, and you potentially can retest 114,200. But what is that dependent on? Well, of course, if the 112,000 support actually holds. If it doesn't, then you cannot be talking about 114,000. Now, I like this perspective because this plays into really what I say a lot, which is the daily EMA 100. This can often give you a pretty easy trade. If you're in trending markets, let's say we're actually bearish, in theory, you should have lost the EMA 100 and then moved up, tested it, you did, and then got an immediate bearish reaction. Last night, I posted a Discord short. ETA has 3 shorts running currently. 1 on Discord, 2 on the Academy. Now the Academy got the juicy trade here. So, they now stop loss, break even, daily lower, high bet. This is a free trade now. But for those that didn't position at 116,000, we did say, really, all it's just going to take is more data. Daily EMA 100 loss will give you confluence of a short right in that region. That was exactly where I positioned last night. Really was just free money at that point. And something to note here is, well, this is engineered to not make you feel confident on that daily EMA 100 position. Now, actually going to current price action, when you had that major dump, you did actually test it and then reject it. This gave you a 1.9% comfortably down. But the difference was support held, 109K didn't get lost, and you just didn't capitulate. But the target is under the EMA 100, you will go to the SMA 200, which at that point is testing pretty close to the lows. If we are betting on a daily lower high here, after a daily trend shift, lower high, lower low to me would make absolute the most sense. And that actually lines up with all of our ideas, which is, yeah, this is not the bottom. You are going to take it out. You can easily chop a little bit for a few days, but often we have seen when you make these lows, we'll go to the weekly, you can fill them out. Look at this. Oh, we're so back. I remember this. Weekly EMA 9 got lost. I'll clean this up a bit. Right, remember this bounce here? Weekly 9 didn't get reclaimed, questionable. And then you rejected Big Leaf, filling the wick 2 weeks later, right? Big dump, took it out, and then you moved up, but you still even took out the last low. And this is why for anyone who's, seeing on Twitter, we can't go lower, that was it. Bulls are taken out. That was the bulk of the liquidation cascade. I 100% disagree. You've seen it even here. Very nice buyback. You then move up. Lower high, you take the low out. Like here. Nice dump. Buyback. But you take the low out. And actually, if we throw the 55 off, where was it? Oh, here. And focus here, right? Losing the weekly EMA 34 took you directly to the EMA 100. Where is that EMA 34 right now? Well, currently that is sitting at $106,000, really near the beginnings of a new major range to 95,000. To look at this as confluence. If you start losing 106K, which will be off the backs of 109K, well, really, in my opinion, once you lose 109, it's just the start of a major move. But really, honestly, confirmation will be that weekly 34 gives you that setup to $83,000. Doesn't have to stop there, by the way. Now, you'd expect the weekly EMA 100 on first tap to actually get a reaction. Most likely will. Could easily play between the EMA 100, weekly EMA 34. Massive range right there. Never say never. But if you lose this EMA 100, what do you see? Well, you do start seeing $55,000 coming up. Now, I don't think that, this will just nuke there. Now, I think this will be a very slow bleed, which is what we've seen in every drop. It's been just a very slow bleed. It tries to get shorts out, but you just end up moving down. Trend is your friend. If we keep slow bleeding, estimate 200 on the weekly will move up and actually go closer to the 2021 market cycle high. You do see that. That'll give you great confluence that could be potentially a major bottom zone. You would be expecting a cycle high really to be the spot. I remember when you got that bi-monthly above it, you retested it, you broke out. So this proves to you its support. That to me will be the extremity low. I mean, really, if you just start nuking here, we flip bearish. I'm looking at 69,000 to just be the spot. Now, if we lose 69,000, yeah, that's really not good. It's not good because now you're just opening up the possibility of going all the way back to this region here. And you have 50,000, 44,000, 37,000, 28,000. Lose that, you will go to 15, if not lower. That is why it is absolutely the most important spot for bulls to hold, which is that 2021 cycle high. Look at this even. Rejected, and then you just dumped. 26% down. Now, something to note is that bi-monthly 9 has moved right into that $91,000 region. You still are in higher high. Definitely could afford a major move down past 100K. I just say that to give people perspective on, well, if you really are betting that this is it, you're going to go to 140 next on Bitcoin. Just be very aware of that. This bi-monthly is closing in 16 days. It's going to be in favor of bears to flip this red in 16 days. So then you have a gauge, 16 days. Really, this is like max bear time. And it would make sense. I mean, really, all of this move did was slowly shift things in control for bears. All this mean reversion move did was give bears more liquidity for the downside, more fuel. You did get the lower high, and so you just seem to be watching very carefully $112,000 going into today. You start reclaiming $112,000, moving up, getting back above the daily EMA 100 will be the first telling sign that perhaps bears aren't as strong here as we thought. But this is still a major zone. Anything can happen. Just simply go to the 30-minute. Look at what occurred here. Anything can happen here. This is just a major volatility zone. We're actually lined up exactly really where this started to really dump hard. Oops. Even on this perspective, yeah, you're bouncing. Is anything changed though? No, you're just simply going to retest the 30-minute EMA 9. Again, just perspective for all those holding shorts. Last night we posted that Discord EMA 100 short, covered a little bit. Right in this region, simply can just wait for $112,000, see if that will reject. If it's flipped into resistance, we potentially can just short down to 109s or the TP1 closer to 107. You did lose the weekly 9 last week. Even in the midst of this pump, it was a concerning thing. You move all the way up and you can't get back above the weekly 9. Never a good sign. You always have to question that. You got follow through and you just simply put in a bearish retest. Now, remember, this can get a lot more worse. Volatility tells you it can. You're at extreme reads on the extreme low reads on the weekly. Bi-weekly as well whenever it wants to load. This is significant. Monthly as well. Why is the bi-weekly significant? Because it's just telling you this is compressed as really compressed. Just like a ball underwater. Once you let go, it's going to spring up. In confluence with the lowest monthly BBWP read ever, you really do have to just put this in question on, are we slowly, very slowly itching towards a bear market? Are we even in a bear market right now? No, we're not technically. Just so everyone's aware, you can be very short, you can do all you want, but you're not in a bear market yet. But it could be confirmed as little as 16 days, really. I just want to see the monthly 9 loss. Monthly 9 loss, start going in for April's low. Again, $69,000 would be nice. But if the monthly 9 gets lost, this will be the first major shift of structure for me on the monthly that we've seen all bull market. You cannot disregard that when you're at extreme low volatility reads, and specifically even just going to the 5-day, still brewing a setup. But if you've lost the 5-day 9, we've talked about this easy trade setup where you claim the 5-day EMA 9. You hold it, you will expand up. It's the opposite for shorts. You lose it, you reject it, it will just start moving down. 5-day is closing in 2 days, something to watch as volatility is still here, very low, and even potentially going to print another 0% read into next week. So great market, really, honestly, very fun. It's very fun because it's very player versus player right now. You're just, it's really just all the dip buyers. I think the ETF buyers started to buy a bunch of inflows, which is interesting to me when you're so bearish. I mean, you want to buy the right dip. And right now, it's still questionable if you should even buy this dip. Wouldn't it make a lot more sense to just let this price action play out, get back above 116,000, and then perhaps start buying again? Buying here is just kind of like the dip that keeps dipping potentially. You want to buy the right one. The only basis of buying here is this was a liquidity grab. That's it. Longs are taken out. Leverage traders are gone. It's time to move up. All while the charts are saying, no, actually not at all. This was nothing yet. And really what we saw was, in my opinion, a pre-dump, a test dump. I mean, 5-day BBW, 5-day HBDR never lost to 38.2%. When this breaks, you potentially could start seeing volatility fire off. which really could be just detrimental. If volatility fires off when you're, let's say, at 109,300, let's just say, yeah, that would be really bad. On average, this 5-day setup upon expansion gives you about a 30-35% move. So you just measure it from there. I mean, can we go a lot lower? Yeah, you absolutely can. Closer to $69,000. So just be very aware. We're still within this range. We are bearish. And the daily, to me, looks like it put in a lower high. For those short here with me, just simply understand that. You bet on the lower high on the daily, so your stop can be October 13th wick high. In theory, if this is the lower high spot, this low is not safe. Not safe at all. And so markets are going to try to chop everyone out because we know what happens before a major move. They don't want you to win. They don't want you to succeed. And they want you to flip-flop, right? Flip long, and then you get the real move. It's never fun. So on Bitcoin, 112,000 is a spot. You lose that. Yeah, that's confluence of 109.3 and perhaps all the way back down to that 106, 107K. Lose 106K on a weekly, or just using the weekly EMA 34 will give you max confluence to me that, yeah, the monthly is potentially going to turn really sour, and you are potentially about to lose the monthly EMA 9, which tells you into November, things could be really fun. October is just kind of like the start. November, December really could just be the trending months, honestly. Dependent on if you lose this monthly 9. That'll just be a major spot for me. You can even see the HPDR rejection of the median. You have the bottom 38.2%, 90, basically, what is it? 91,000, 90,700. So even HPDR on the monthly saying, yeah, no, definitely can go lower. Definitely can go lower, 19% even. From wick high, I mean, that's a 28% move. So watch $112,000. It's going to be a big spot today. And you see here, bulls are trying to defend it. But remember, as long as the daily is in a downtrend under the EMA 100, this is going to give you good confluence that we are truly bearish. This is just Chop City trying to get you out. And you will see follow through down to the SMA 200. Now, let's go to tether dominance. Because tether dominance, we were talking about the setup, right? Daily EMA 100 gets lost on Bitcoin. Daily SMA 200 gets reclaimed on tether dominance. Exactly is what happened. You got the back test, slight front run of it, but just knowing to watch 4.69%, it going to 4.7%, it's pretty good. At this point now, you're just simply watching for a move to 5%. Reclaim 5%. I'll turn this off. Reclaim 5% will really open back up this range. Let me see here. What do I have? Boxed on that one. Mid-range, delete this one. Lower time frame trading. 5% reclaim takes you to 5.23. Reclaim that, 5.5%. Now that's significant because if you go to the weekly, you can see here 5% is really where the weekly EMA 100 is. It's a big spot because you know if you start taking that and reclaiming it, you potentially are going to have a setup taking to the SMA 200. That's currently at 5.8%. Again, just implications that this wick high is going to get taken out. We don't need to front run things or be predictive. We simply use the daily idea, right? Daily SMA 200 reclaim on the weekly. You get a weekly EMA 100 reclaim, watch the throwback, and you move up. What does this probably correlate with? Well, most likely correlates with EMA 34 getting lost. You know, you lose that, rally up, either test the 21 or get a really shallow retest here at 106. Boom, capitulate down. No FOMO here. This tells you have many setups to the downside. So if you're up juicy on these shorts, I highly recommend watching $112,000. If you're a short at 116, no reason to have a stop loss, not set to break even. Your bet's on the daily lower high. Because you know if you take this high out, you're going to start squeezing up, potentially going to $121,000. That does not mean we're so back. It just means Bitcoin's extremely predatory, and it's going to go in for, what was it? Let me go here. The weekly bearish retest. because that's, technically brewing. Is it just going to bearish retest that, or is this going to be the extremity? I have no idea. We don't know until we know, and that's why using daily trend will be your friend. Can't really be talking about 121,000 when you just lost the daily EMA 100 and also confirmed potentially, not confirmed, but potentially confirmed the next lower low and also lower high.
Wait, you mean to say you can't see the future? Shake my head.
Unfortunately not. I wish. That would be nice. Let's use this wick low here. Let's just put a little trend line. And you can just see this was a breakout, breakdown retest. So really, in theory, this was really guiding my bias last night. If we are going to be bearish, and we're as bearish as we think, I want to start seeing this region reject for sure. Now, if you hold $112,000, you could easily wick a little past the EMA 100. Would that at all break this daily downtrend structure? No. And you could easily come in and test that 114. But how I'm looking at it is exactly how bulls looked at it. Right in, where is it? It's very evident. Here. You just simply play the levels. So why can't we do this to the downside? Right, imagine you had this idea to the upside where, okay, you want 112, I'm going to bid that. Cool, went to the next region, let me sell. Okay, cool, let me see if we hold that 114. You did. Let me long here. Okay, cool, next level. Let me TP, let me then long 116. Oh, look at that. It just worked out. So why can't we use the same idea here? Rallies up, 116, dumps down, maybe a 114K retest. But we'll know if 112 actually just gets lost here. Now, again, going back to the SMA or daily SMA 200, this is significant. Really was lost in July, and you just see this Chop City was really done because of being under the SMA 200 on the daily. Now it's breaking back above it, holding it potentially is a major sign and a very good one. You also see here 4.69% holding. If you don't like SMA 200s, well, just simply use a meme line. 4.69% is a big spot. That's the spot where if it gets reclaimed, holds in confluence with SMA 200, you often do bigly pump. So 4.69, SMA 200. Is Bitcoin really bullish? No, it's actually quite bearish. Now, I talked about this before. A few months ago, we did see 5-day BBWP fire off on tether dominance first before Bitcoin. You're starting to see the itchings of brewings of this. Next 2 5-day candle closures could confirm volatility expansion. Now, we can simply just use, again, an EMA 100. 5-day reclaims that. Beautiful. It just gives us more confluence to move to 5%, if not higher. Specifically, when you do start seeing the beginnings of maybe volatility expansion here on the 5-day, all while Bitcoin's hanging on to the cliffside edge. And look at that. Reclaim this zone, 38.2% breakout. Confluence of potentially the 5-day firing off. Let's go to the monthly real fast. Now, depending on where this goes, right, you just simply want the monthly 9 to get reclaimed. You could easily start moving up bigly. And then it comes in for the retest in November, December. There you go. Position. Point is, no FOMO. Really, you have no reason to have FOMO on shorts. There's many setups, and we will find them. Trust me. If there's a short setup, we will find it. And for now, successful short setup here, good reaction. Just need to see follow through. Follow through to me is a major capitulation down to 107. Really, though, I'm not expecting October 10th low to hold. I want to see 99,800 actually be the spot. Let me go to CME. It's funny because all my charts actually say 95K. But I want to just, I could definitely see barely 100K getting lost. People are in shambles. Literally, people don't expect 100K to ever get lost again. They start max shorting, and then you potentially get a nice mean reversion bounce and back into this region here. But that's all just predictive shit. Play what you know. And for now, this is in a setup on the daily, giving you a move to the SMA 200. Lose that, yeah, big capitulation down. Technically 95,500, technically speaking here. It even says it on CME. But I'll still run with the 99.8 idea. I'm not going to, hold a short for just a few more $1,000 when you caught it from 116 to like 99.8. That's crazy. Don't want to be greedy. Because this market has punished shorts greatly. I mean, if you're too greedy and you don't sell, you will just round trip in a few days. We're ideally hoping this environment has changed. It's, shifting. People are very slow to that. And often when you can catch something shifting in the beginnings, that's the easiest time to make money. Because again, player versus player, when everyone's on the same ship, like October, how does that usually work out? Well, not good. So I'm not seeing anyone bearish. No one's posting short trades. No one feels comfortable to do that. And everyone's just on the camp. That was the liquidity grab. We're going to move up. But even here, this monthly, it's like you didn't even test the 9. So that just, again, can tell you this low could be predatory to bulls. And you could just move all the way down, actually get the monthly 9 test, take all the longs out here, make all of the spot buyers just panic sell, and then move up even. The point is, really, you should not be betting on a major bottom here. There's nothing telling me that's the case at all. But again, crypto Twitter will say the opposite. Ignore the noise in these environments. It's very important. It's very easy to, be in like herd mentality when you're up only, because this is easy trading. Anyone can just buy a red candle and make a bunch of money. When you're shorting, this is where TA really matters. This is where trend is your friend. This is where the moving averages really become strong. And just, again, simply this 12-hour setup that was very obvious to me gave you a 4% move pretty quickly. That's good. That's great money. Oh, and you didn't even get a 116. See, this was an immediate green short. Immediate. And now the fact that you're using trend, if this is the lower high, you comfortably are just chilling. You're just waiting for follow through. And that's why trading the trend is important, because, okay, if you start breaking this, daily is back in an uptrend, you're reclaiming EMA 100, you potentially are reclaiming 116. Yeah, maybe you'll squeeze up, get the weekly bearish retest. But when people, are talking about 121, 125, 123 next, you just have to refer to this. Say, well, no, daily just disagrees. So watch $112,000. That's where the battle will lie today. I do believe if you lose that, it will be the start of a major move. Understand, though, it's going to try to chop you out of your shorts. You saw that really evident here. Wickai, reject, 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 reject. Major move up into today's candle open. This hit the EMA 100. Notice it ever so slightly took out all the wicks. That's a good sign for us. It means everyone shorting here that thought they were going to get the big move, they kept round tripping, Chop City. But that's why just watching the daily is important, because this was just the EMA 100 retest for the first time since it being lost. So watch the zones very carefully. Watch the SMA 200 on tether dominance. And all eyes on 4.69%, leading to a reclaim potentially of 4.79%, opening up 5%. This is conservatively a 4% range here. Or potentially opening up. And you're potentially here. Let's see. So then, yeah, that would mean going closer to the SMA 200, EMA 100 target technically. Now we'll go to Bitcoin dominance. I think it's important. Bitcoin dominance is bearish to me, but that doesn't mean that we're in alt season. You need a strong Bitcoin. If you get a weak Bitcoin dominance off the back of a weak Bitcoin, this is detrimental really to altcoins, because what you'll slowly have here is you'll have Bitcoin selling off, you'll have alts majorly capitulating. ETH BTC will be significantly weaker than Bitcoin. Now, what you're seeing is a little bounce here, but has anything really changed? No. 4366 still a major spot. And to me, all this move was a trap. This is just a trap, right? When people sell their alts for 60, 70, 80% losses and then see a bounce on them, 40, 50%, it makes you just want to get back in. I do believe this is what we've seen. Now, Bitcoin dominance is bearish to me. but we're still holding the 21. This can give you confidence that you easily can move up to the 9 in November again. And then if you reclaim the EMA 9 on the monthly, good confidence this is potentially bottomed. Now, I think when I said Bitcoin dominance being weak, which is bad for alts, that was wrong. You want to see Bitcoin being weak with a strong Bitcoin dominance with weak alts. That means that Bitcoin's capitulating, people are capitulating, and they're done with alts. Oh, fuck this. Alt season's not coming. Let me just buy Bitcoin. And then they buy the dip on Bitcoin, the wrong dip, and it keeps moving down. And it's just very detrimental. And that's why most altcoins do end up dying in bear markets. You know, a lot of these alts just haven't survived. They're not legacy coins, we call them, when they are in multiple cycles. You have no proof that they're going to hold up in a bear market. And all you have is dreams and hopes with your spot bags that just never recover. And that's what we want to try to avoid up here. It's not too late still, really, on Bitcoin dominance to be, you know, more cautious. But once you start moving up, reclaiming the monthly 9, this really could be just a capitulation for alts, specifically Ethereum. Now it's funny on ETH real fast. I mean, just market is just engineered. It's really, was it surprising? Really not. No. All eyes on this wick high, see if we fall below it. So in summary, $112,000 is the spot for me. If you want to be aggressive, you can short that. I wouldn't recommend it. It's just quite aggressive. But if you want to, it's the setup. Nevertheless, you would be using today's high as your stop loss because, you know, really, I mean, the bet is daily EMA 100 ideally gives you follow through into the next candle open. You'll lose 112,000, giving you a major dump, not a move back to the EMA 100. We don't want this. Hold support, moves up. Hold support, moves up. Hold support, breaks out. Bullish structure. We don't want this. That's not what we want. You just simply want to see follow through now. It's often what you get. The lower highs in, follow through. And this will just bait longs that are used to complacent trading. It's funny because like daily has been predatory to shorts. Let's see here. You'll get like a trend shift, and then that'll be a bottom. You'll get a trend shift. That'll be a bottom. I'll go to the 2-day. It'll be better. Right. Trend shift, slowly a bottom. Wick low definitely was a trend shift here, was a bottom. See, it's like bulls just are looking for this, and you're really not getting that. It's like you just had a little move up to resistance. Nothing really changed. So just be very cautious here. Be very aware. For me, I am expecting that $69,000 target to be hit potentially in December. It would just make a lot of sense to me to do that, finish it off, and then potentially just consolidate there for a few months within a massive range, playing between like 82,000 to 69,000. And then whichever way you break out will just be the big move, either bear market move or potentially the recovery for bulls and putting in bullish structure. But that is what I'm really watching, just so everyone's aware. I do really getting the vibes that this 5 days is going to fire off down. You're going to start seeing that 69,000 come up. It's very important to just have that in the back of your head when you are still at $112,000 on Bitcoin. Don't want to be, you know, calling for that when you're here, when all crypto Twitter's talking about it. Then you hit the 21, then you bounce potentially. But just having the idea that, well, yeah, you absolutely can come down to this region. That is not out of question. I think is wise because that just keeps perspective and key. So overall, 112,000 is a spot. Need to see that get lost today. Want to see a big move down within today, tonight. And I'm just simply looking for that wick low to get taken out. There, you'll either then bottom or that'll just be at the next leg down. And you'll see everyone shocked that Bitcoin went lower. So watch that very carefully. Things are really shifting here slowly in favor of bears, but this is why being locked in, ignoring this range, just paying attention to what you know will pay you at the end. It always does. It's just, you know, you have to endure some chop. But in the end, it always does, you know, come back to the system. And that's why having a system, knowing it, and relying on it's important. When you're just kind of hoping, right? That's the system for a lot of people. It doesn't really work. So that's kind of what I'm watching. I think we're in a big spot now. I do think you're just in the process of seeing follow through. It's not going to be easy for bulls anymore. I think the environment shifted potentially, and that'll confirm as soon as November, once you lose the monthly 9. So that's all I got on Bitcoin. Watch $112,000.
Alrighty. Let us get started on Bitcoin. Let's go to the daily. I'm going to start with the low time frames today. Medium term time frames, actually, not quite as low as 15 minute. like we went to, actually we went even lower than the 15 minute. We did the 1 minute the other day. We're not going to do that this time. We're just going to stick with daily. Probably go down to 4 hour, 2 hour. But getting started on the daily, we have gotten a close below this daily 100 EMA on our current wick high. We've gone to the 100 EMA and we're rejecting from it as of this moment. What we're looking for is around 2, preferably 3 closes below this daily 100, and that's what takes us towards this 200. And right now we are getting a little bit of a bounce off this 95%. It does make sense to bounce into zone because you're getting so extreme and to the downside on the HPDR levels. But it doesn't necessarily tell you that you're going to reverse from here or that it's anything to get excited over as long as you are below this daily 100 EMA. As long as you're closing below there, you can bounce as much as you want and chop in this zone, going back to the 100, retesting it. But as long as you don't close above it, odds are higher higher than not that you're going to come down to test this 200 eventually. And also, whenever you get one of these mega dumps, these death dumps, and you leave a huge wick, almost every single time the wicks like they get filled. Whether it's a wick to the upside or a wick to the downside, price action eventually over the next couple of bars likes to fill into that wick. What I'm thinking though is that it's gonna grind out some like a consolidation zone somewhere between this 113,000 and like $109,000 area, while these HPDR ranges can step down, maybe 107 to tap this 200, but I don't really see it going much lower than 107 while we're in such extreme areas on the HPDR. I'd like to see a bounce if we do test this 200, a slight bounce off of there, and then try to make its way for a lower high and grind out a lower high while these HPDR ranges can step down, and then I can see another aggressive dump to the downside. Although as long as we are trading within the 95, 97.5% range, I don't really see that much of an aggressive dump. Nothing like this as long as we are in this range. Because when we had this dump, we were trading in the 38.2%. This is what I want to see happen. I want to see the 38.2% drop down to price action, and then at that point, it'll be free for another mega dump. And I'm not saying that we are going to make a dump. I'm just saying that if we make a dump, that's what I would want to see to fill that scenario. I'm going to cover my bases. I'm not trying to have some retard come at me saying, "Where's the dump?" On the daily, we are now getting momentum freshly flipping to the downside, making, I believe it's a lower low, is it? Zoom in. No, it's ever so slightly higher low, not by much though. Ever so slightly higher low. Do we have a lower low on a closing basis yet? 1095, 111. So we don't have any bullish divergence possible at all now. We would have bullish divergence if price made a lower low. We have not made a closing lower low yet. And if we do make a closing lower low, it's going to be, sure, it'll be possible to make that bullish divergence. It's just going to be a little bit difficult because you're going to have to close over about 115,391, and it's going to be quite difficult if you're making a lower low below $110,000. I'm going to be thinking you're going to go towards 107 at that point, and it's going to be the divergence will eventually be invalidated. No longer going to be a possible divergence. And now you are getting momentum very extreme. It's right around the 94%, just about the area where it does like to top out. So a possible bullish divergence with momentum at extremes, if that does confirm, likely is going to give you that mean reversion bounce after this mega death dump. And that mean reversion bounce, I would be looking for somewhere around this silver cross, which is just about to happen. Maybe in about 2 or 3 maximum closes, this will silver cross to the downside. And as long as you're trading below $115,000, that cross is going to happen. And if we were to confirm that bullish divergence, that would have a target of, about $115,000. And with momentum so high, so low and volatility so high, it's more likely that you're going to reject this 55 at the very least on the first tap, come back down and retest this 100. And if you close below this 100 at that point, I think you're going to make a dump. So we're going to have to see what happens whenever, if we do confirm that bullish divergence, and if we don't confirm the bullish divergence, we end up invalidating it. Likely you're just going to get a retest of this 100 if you even get that, and probably just going to make a dump from there. Let's go down a little bit. I like the word make a dump. You can probably tell. One of the guys in my in this WhatsApp group I made a long time ago that I don't use anymore, but from time to time people message in there. Someone called it the N-word dump, and I died laughing. I was not expecting to see that on my phone. I was in the Zara store in Tokyo and saw that, and just started laughing. 4 hours now bouncing off of this 38.2%. We are currently flipped up on momentum right now. Momentum is making a higher low. Are we making, and this low is 110, and this one is 110, 630, 110. Not a lower low. This one, not a lower low. So just like the daily, there's a possibility of bullish divergence if you make a lower low. So we would want to close below about 111,283, and then it would be possible to make a bullish divergence, but you will have to close over that around 113,600 to confirm it. A little bit difficult. I feel like this is going to be one of those setups that provides a possible bullish divergence that ends up never confirming and then leading to another dump. And this is what I'm looking for on the daily, is that the 38.2% has now caught up with price. And you are back above the median. So as long as you're closing, or if you, as long as you are above that median, I would expect another retest of this 38.2%, around $112,300. But likely you're going to reject that. Maybe you go a little bit higher to this 21 EMA, around like 113.1, 113.2. But as long as you're closing below this 21 EMA, more likely you're going to come back down and retest these lows around 110,000. And maybe a little bit of a bounce from there, but eventually I'm looking for this new line to get tested at that 108, 107 area, which is that daily 200 SMA. And right now, volatility is sitting at extreme lows on the 4 hour, with momentum currently flipped up. But momentum, if you note here, we're making a higher high, while price is making a lower high. So there's a possibility of hitting bearish divergence here too. And that will confirm with any close below 111,633, which we are ever so slightly below right now, dancing around that number. We do confirm it, it'll give us an easy target of retesting these 109 lows, and I don't think that's going to hold for the third time. Likely you're going to break it at that point. Let's go to the jewel. Jewel is now curving back around, losing the buy signal, curving into a neutral signal. I mean, not a buy signal, losing the upwards curvature and flipping over into downwards, and very close to switching into a sell signal. And you're about to get a pink crossing below the yellow. This is likely going to happen, possibly maximum 2 more closes, although I think it's probably going to happen on this close. But if it doesn't, it's definitely going to happen on the next close. And once that does confirm, probably you're going to get another retest of these this 38.2%. And in that move, or that test of the 38.2%, I don't think it's going to hold. Let's go to the 2 hour. 2 hours now also starting to flip up, although it's still below the moving average, still in the bearish control zone. Volatility is starting to tick down a little bit, but it's still above the moving average as well. 2 hours also giving you a sell signal on the jewels, flipping over into a dark blue. Let's see if there's any divergences present here. No, nothing there. 12-hour open below the median after ever so slightly closing above it. Now we are rejecting that median. Momentum is still pointed to the upside, but it is close to flipping back down. 12 hours forming hidden bearish divergence now. This will confirm with any close below 111, same number, 111,633. And that'll give you an easy target of hitting somewhere around a zone between 109.8 and like that 107 zone for that daily 200 SMA. And volatility on the 12 hours now also at extreme lows. And the 12 hours also flipping back into a neutral signal, losing the buy signal. Very likely, as long as you close below that median, this is going to confirm as a sell signal. 2 day still flip to the downside with volatility in an expansion phase, and 2 days giving you a fresh sell signal on the jewel. And you've got your breakdown below that 38.2%. You got a nice retest of your 38.2%, and you're getting a rejection so far. And you're once again below that 2 day 55 EMA. Closing below this 2-day 55 EMA at a minimum gives you a retest of this 100 at around that 107, 108 area. Although on this, maybe you get a little bit of a bounce from this 100 EMA. Maybe it takes you up to somewhere around 110, although I don't think it's going to get much higher than there. Maybe it takes you to the 55 EMA. It's very unlikely, though. I do think it's going to reject somewhere around here off of where we bottomed on this retest of this 38.2%. And from that bearish retest, I think you're going to go, eventually you're going to come down to wherever the 200 is at that time. And this is going to ever so slightly rise with every single close. Right now, it's at about $96,600. I'd like to see it somewhere above our previous low of 98,100 to catch the people who are like, oh, we just got ever so slightly higher low. We're continuing the sequence of higher lows in this bull market, and continuing to all-time highs from there. So maybe you might even see a very respectable bounce from that $99,000 area. Maybe it even takes you like a 10-15% bounce, but as long as you're closing below like around $114,000, likely not going to go anywhere higher than there. And as long as you're closing below $118,000, you can't really be talking about all-time highs. 5-day also not getting a breakdown below that 38.2% with the momentum pointed to the downside. Volatility is expanding, and the 5 days losing the buy signal on the Joe, flipping into a neutral signal. If we get this closed below this 38.2%, which is currently at $113,696, and the lines right up at this 21 EMA, likely going to come straight down to this 55. And the 55 right now is sitting at about $104,000, and it would fill out almost all of this wick. Usually you do get these wick fills. Now let's switch over to the index. Go to the weekly. Weekly is now getting a nice rejection from our median. Basically, to a T is rejecting that median. You're sitting ever so slightly above this 21 EMA right now. My cue for the dump is going to be a weekly close below this 21 EMA. And the target for that is going to be at a minimum this 55 EMA, which is going to ever so slightly rise with every single close. If you notice, whenever we lost our 21 EMA on the weekly over here, we got a nice bearish retest of it, and then we ended up getting a dump to that 55 and making it ever so slightly lower low from the lows that we had made before the retest of the 21 and the 9 EMA. Right now, what I'm thinking is going to happen is we get once we get a close below this 21, I don't think it's going to be that easy that you're just going to dump straight to that 55. Likely, you're going to come down to wherever the 38.2% is at that time, get a little bit of a bounce, come back up. Your 9 EMA will cross below your 21 EMA at that point. You'll get a retest of that cross, and then you dump to the 55. And that'll be the one that takes out both sides. It'll take out the longs coming down to this 38.2%. And then it'll take out the shorts who shorted too late, going back to retest the EMA cross, and then he takes out the longs again, going back to the 55 EMA, making sure nobody makes any money. Weekly is still, however, positioned to the upside with volatility at extreme lows, although I wouldn't really put much weight on momentum being to the upside right now, especially since we are rejecting the median and the jewel is now losing its curvature. It's very close to flipping back into a sell signal. I do think on this weekly close it's going to flip into a sell signal as long as you're closing below that median. 2 week is now getting a nice rejection of our 38.2%. We are back at the 9 EMA. What we want to see if we're bearish is continue to close below this 38.2%. Then you're likely at a minimum going to come down to this 55 EMA, which I mean not 51, 21, which right now is currently sitting at that same $104,000 area. It's about $103,300, but this is going to rise with every single close. Momentum, we are making lower low momentum, where price is still technically making a higher low above 108,296. So there's some possibility for hidden bullish divergence, but this is going to be very difficult to confirm because you're going to need to close over $126,219 to confirm that. That is our all-time high, and that will take you towards the median, which right now is at 142,000. Although this is a very big if. Let's go to Jewel. Jewel's also giving you two periods of a sell signal currently. You do have a bullish cross right here with the pink ever so slightly above that yellow, but this isn't confirmed, and this is going to take 11 days before this confirms, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land, and they can easily diverge before that happens. Although if it does close and this cross confirms with the pink above the yellow, I'd be looking for a bearish retest before the dump, and that would be their move towards somewhere around $116,000. And you would need to see a sharp rejection of $116,000. Otherwise, there's real danger of going to the 118s because this is a bullish setup on the 2-week if you do get that pink crossing above the yellow. But let's just mark it off the previous examples of pink above yellow and see what happens. This one right here. Where did it officially cross? This one's very difficult to do. Let's do it right there. And nope, not this one. You can never. Nope. Literally, this is the index. I guess you don't have very many of them. Let's look at this one. So upon confirmation, you saw a move to the upside of around 17%. You got some consolidation, and then you went to all-time highs. So if you're bearish, you would really want to see these moving averages diverge and uncross before this close. Kind of looks like it will happen just based off of your rejection of the 38.2%, but it hasn't closed yet, so you can't really have a confirmation until that close happens. Monthly is still positioned to the upside, although monthly is getting a nice rejection of our median, kind of front running our median just slightly. Median's at 127,000. Our current all-time high is around 126,000. That's like a fraction of a percent away. With monthly currently having multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, and this will be active as long as you're closing over $107,286. Invalidating this hidden bullish divergence will confirm bearish divergence because you are making higher highs on price and lower highs on momentum, and that'll give you a target of hitting your 21 EMA. And right now, the 21 is sitting at around $86,000, $87,000. Although it's not going to be one of these straight down to the 21 EMA. What's more likely going to happen is that you're going to get a move down to testing somewhere around this 9, get a little bit of a bounce off that 9, and then this 38.2%, which is likely going to move. Right now, it's at $91,000. I'd like to see it on lining up with that previous idea where it makes an ever so slightly higher low above that $98,000 low, gets a bearish retest, and then I'd like to see it dump to the 21 at that $80,000 zone. I feel like it's too easy to just go straight down there. It's got to do the classic fuck you candle. So the RSI. Monthly is now invalidated the hidden bearish divergence on tether dominance. That gives you a nice target of this neutral zone with volatility at extreme lows. And the neutral zone is currently sitting at 5.82%. It will update in about 16 days, but how much is it going to update? Still going to be somewhere in the fives. And right now we do have an inverse head and shoulders on tether, and this will likely line up with somewhere into the high fives. But the bullish control zone target is going to be a lot more likely based on this extreme lows and volatility. Bullish control zone is currently at 7.89%. If you were to take how much that is up from where we are currently, that's like 60% to the upside. This is your bear market scenario. Now, 2-week is also invalidated the hidden bearish divergence. That gives you a target of the neutral zone simple moving average that is also at that 5.5% area with volatility at extreme lows. And you've got a buy signal on the jewel now within the bearish control zone. I mean, yeah, if you were to just mark off these buy signals in the bearish control zone, I'm trying to see if there's any divergence, but there is not. And that one. There we go. This was immediately 36%. Wow, doesn't look like that much on the chart. 126%, 151%. 60% up don't seem that crazy anymore. 34%, very in line with that first move. 84%. Well then, 232%. More immediately around 27%, very close to that 34% number. And about 60%, also very in line. %48%. And it's the current one. It is indeed. Let's see how much we are up now. Oh, only 7%. Let's take it about 30%. Brings us to roughly 5.9%. Remember that neutral zone number? 5.82. 5.9. Weekly is currently invalidated the bearish divergence with volatility at 3 periods of 0%, currently giving us a target of this bullish control zone, which is right now at about 4.97%, not really that far off. Next level is going to be the critical zone, which is at about 7.31%, very close to that previous 7% number we just looked at. Let's look at the jewel, and the weekly jewel is now about to fire off a very epic buy signal with the pink very close to crossing above the yellow, and the light blue is now getting out of the bearish control zone. If that does confirm, that would give you minimum target if it's 200, which right now is at about 5.8%. Pretty cool. 5-day now has multiple drives of bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 4.15%. You've hit the easy target, which is the bullish control zone. Next target is the critical zone, and you are now getting 5-day volatility expansion from 2 periods of 0%. The next level is the critical zone, and that level is at about another target of 7%. Very cool. Three-day also has bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 4.15%. You would have 2 targets off of that with the bullish control zone and the critical zone. Bullish control zone is just below 5%, 4.93, and the critical zone is just below 7% at 6.88. And 3-day is giving you a volatility setup, getting below that 15%, now expanding with bullish divergence. 2-day it's got hidden bullish divergence with volatility expanding from 0%. And the jewel is now losing the sell signal, flipping into a neutral. You've already made your way into the bullish control zone, which is the easy target. Now the next level is the critical zone. That sits at about 6.5%. Daily is invalidated the bearish divergence. This gives you a target of the critical zone, and right now the critical zone is at about 6%. However, volatility is at 100% off of this, so maybe you see somewhat of a higher low in this area, or grind out some type of consolidation in the zone, and then while volatility contracts, then you can see another pump to the upside. Although it's not impossible to continue seeing it go up from here, just less likely. And nothing really on the 4-hour. Fresh buy signal on the jewel, however. And 2 hours now put in a fresh drive of hitting bullish divergence, with volatility very close to going back into an expansion phase. And this divergence will give you a target of the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about 4.92%, very close to 5. And the simple moving average is also at 4.9%. Critical zone is at 5.27. Now we go to Bitcoin. Let's start with the low time frame on Bitcoin. Getting a breakdown. Nothing on the daily. Nothing there. Nothing there. No low time frame divergences. Interesting. Lower low. So there's possibility of bullish divergence on the 15-minute, but you will have to close over 111,288. Very unlikely as of this moment. Let's go a little higher. Nothing, really no divergences. 3 has currently got bearish divergence. The easy target has been hit of the neutral zone. Next level is the bearish control zone, and that currently sits at $97,400. with volatility now expanding on the bearish divergence. 5 days also got many drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 124,174. And your next target on that divergence is going to be the bearish control zone, which right now sits at 101,572. With volatility at extreme lows on that multiple drives of bearish divergence. Weekly is now about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 114,888. Gives you a nice target of the bearish control zone with volatility now expanding from extreme lows. And the bearish control zone sits at 102,840. 2 week, we go to the index. 2 week has multiple drives of bearish divergence also. And this will be active as long as you're closing below $126,219, basically your all-time high. It'll give you an easy target of hitting the edge of the bullish control zone. That level sits at about $104,900, and then the critical zone with volatility at extreme lows. I mean the neutral zone of it, and the neutral zone is currently at about 83,000. This is that move into the $80,000 zone. Although this level will change in about 11 days, so we have to see what this number moves to on the close. And monthly is now possible 3 drives of bearish divergence, and this will because price is making higher highs, momentum is making lower highs, and this will confirm with any close below 107,286. That'll give you an easy target of this 21 EMA wherever it is when you reconnect with it, and this will slowly rise with every single close. Right now, it's sitting at that $80,000 area, about $87,000, and volatility is at extreme lows too with that possible bearish divergence. Now we'll go into momentum. There we go, zoom in a little bit. Monthly momentum is still flipped to the upside with volatility at extreme lows, but we will flip down in about 16 days if we close below 115,050 basically. And flipping down from here will confirm bearish divergence because we are making higher highs in price, lower high in momentum, and volatility is at extreme lows with that bearish divergence possible. And this will be the third time actually that we flip down within the critical zone. Very likely at that point you are going to lose the critical zone, and it's going to be one of these type of moves here. When you lose the critical zone, you came all the way down to that monthly 21 EMA before a little bit of a bounce, and then you lose that 21 EMA, and this was your bear market. Over here, where you lost your critical zone, you came all the way down to your 21, you got a bit of a bounce, you came down to the 55. This was your bottom before you made another lower high, and then you got your COVID dump. So losing that critical zone is not good. Here's another example of when we lost the critical zone. Came all the way down. There was front ran that 21 EMA, but it doesn't look like much on the chart. But price action wise, this was a 49% dump, almost a 50% haircut right there with momentum losing that critical zone. 2 week also positioned to the downside with bearish divergence, volatility at extreme lows, it's literally 0%, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 120,750. Weekly is also freshly flipped to the downside with volatility at many periods of 0%, and we are rejecting the bullish control zone, and we will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 117,800. 5 day also freshly flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone, volatility at extreme lows, and we're going to remain flipped down as long as we're closing below 113,400. 2 day flip to the downside with a double derp of death and volatility expanding, giving you that volatility setup confirmed. How much have we gone down? Let's see. From here we expanded. Let's take it from the close. Down about 14% so far. So the average move of 15% has roughly been played out. If we were to take it to the next move of around 20%, brings us exactly to that 2 day 200 SMA at about $97,500. Daily also positioned to the downside. Volatility is now giving us a double extreme, and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below $115,600. 4 hours freshly flipped down, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. Volatility is now expanding once again, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 112,800. Why do I keep saying 111? So a little bit more, 2 hour freshly flipping to the downside, rejecting the bullish control zone, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $111,250. Go back up. On the high time frames, monthly momentum is still positioned to the upside with volatility at extreme lows, but it's getting right on that edge. We are a good amount below that pivot right now, about $4,000 below the pivot. If you close below this pivot, flipping the monthly momentum to the downside, very likely you are going to lose the critical zone on this flip down. And volatility is now at extreme lows. Losing the critical zone with volatility at extreme lows gives you one of these moves here. This is the last time that we've lost a critical zone and volatility was where it came down to extreme lows. This was our bearish retest in 2022 before we went to our real bear market lows. This was a 61% dump in 2 monthly candles. Quite insane. Let's go. And on the medium-term time frames, momentum is all now starting to flip to the downside. You're putting in multiple drives of bearish divergence with volatility setups. 2 week has got multiple drives of bearish divergence. Weekly is about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. 5 days got multiple drives of bearish divergence, all with volatility setups. 3 day and 2 day are already firing off the volatility setups to the downside. 2 days done the average move of around 15%. So maybe it makes sense to get a little bit of a bounce here, although I'm thinking somewhere around that 20% move is going to be hit. Even when we go down to our lower time frames, like 4 hour, momentum is freshly flipped to the downside, rejecting the bullish control zone. So if we do lose this current low, I'd expect to get that daily 200 SMA tap around $107,200 to $107,500. From there, very likely you will get a bounce. And as long as that bounce doesn't take you back over $112,000, that's just going to be a bounce, and you're probably going to come back down to retest that last major low of around $98,000. I also expect a little bit of a bounce from there because this market has been predatory as fuck recently, and it's probably going to try to catch the people who are going to buy that higher low, and then you get that move down to your RSI bearish divergence target of around that $86,000 zone. And the invalidation will be quite simple. Let's see. Basically, just getting a tick over our current all-time highs is the invalidation for the bearishness. If you want a closing basis, we can use daily. Daily close over about 116,100 takes you to that breakdown zone of about $122,000, and over getting a daily close over this opened at 122,600 is what will put me back into the side of going to new all-time highs and significantly new all-time highs. But as long as we're trading and closing below or closing below about $116,000, I wouldn't really be looking for any higher than that, and more likely you're just going to continue this dump. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Sorry, I was setting up my screen because I just closed everything. Didn't realize because I was doing fucking accounting. Because
I was a little scared for a second. I was like, did I just talk to myself for the last how many minutes?
That's always my fear, because when I finish, I'm obviously, while I work out, I'm watching you and Alex do the everything you're talking about. I'm listening to everything. But there's a period of blackout. This is what I call it when I get in the shower after for like 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And I'm always terrified that I'm going to come back to the computer and it's just going to be a dark screen. And it's been like that forever. And you guys are just messaging the shit out of me. Dude, something happened to the stream. But thank God we're good. Thank God we're good. So next, and you guys can dice it and slice it however you'd like, Solana and then Roblox.
I'd like Roblox. Robert Locks.
I'll do the soul.
Perfecto. Thank you, boys. I'm gonna.
The soul of Robert Locks is with us.
It is. And all of his money in the pedophilia.
Bullish pedophilia.
Bullish.
Very, very bullish. We already talked about this. So bullish.
Really now.
It's crazy that pedophilia turned out to be a very bullish thing. I would have
Literally.
never guessed.
No,
Who would have guessed? Not me.
Not me.
I
Not
mean,
me either.
you guys saw how rich Michael Jackson got.
Oh my god. I don't know why I never connected the dots there, but yeah, I guess it's true. Look, here's gonna be my first breakdown signal right here on this dirty chart.
Oh,
From here, right? And look at the wicks. It's pretty good. So when this shit breaks down and you get one close underneath it, because we haven't gotten a single one, that's when you're going to that SMA 200.
see, that's a nice perspective. Let me daily. What is HPDR?
It's the daily.
Oh yeah, so we're still in a breakdown, but that's a nice perspective actually. Nice
and you got volatility expanding on it, which is pretty sexy.
What's the bottom side of that, or the yellow line?
The yellow line right now?
No, next one, like around 104.
This one?
Yeah.
One, like if you were gonna get there today, would be 99,900.
Huh. Interesting.
Where the fuck is that coming from? Oh.
See, that's
this is a good one. One,
yeah,
2, 3. We tapped it in August, then again in September, then in April, and we haven't touched it since April. And
what does it look like on a weekly? Sorry.
74 on a weekly. This is the way it looks like. Hang on.
Oh yeah. If you go and tap that again, it's cooked. More times you tap it, the weaker it gets.
And so after the fourth one, the probability turns in my book to a 60% possibility of breaking it down.
100% agree.
And the interesting thing is, these have all just been little wicks. So if you get like a decent candle close on or underneath, that should be your alert.
It's interesting too. I don't know what your moving average is there, right on that yellow line at 111,000.
This one.
Okay, yeah. See, that's very interesting because again, Farn brought up the point. You usually bottom off the EMA 55 on the weekly. It's right there at 99.8. That's like a very interesting number at a 100K psychological number. Makes a lot of sense to me. That wouldn't hold.
Yeah. I feel like there's going to be a lot of play before it breaks down to 100. If I were the market maker, if I were just like whoever's on the other side to fuck people over, as soon as you get under 102, people are going to be like, dude, it's going to 98. If you just give him 101, 500, 101, 100, never drop it below 100 and then take it back up to get rid of all the shorts that are going to be thinking that he's going to go to 98. That'd be an excellent job to fuck everyone over. Just like right now. Yeah.
Imagine it bounces from that 100, 101 to like 120, 121, and then goes down to 87. That'd be the most
weekly bearish retest.
So
you get like a weekly lower low, maybe a lower high on that 121.
So in a way, that's kind of like what I had on the stupid drawings that I did right here. Where the fuck are they? Here. It was like down. It was going to chop right here, down. After was going to break the 16,100, which is like the big resistance level, which, by the way, if you played our ranges, I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. You fucking kidding me?
And that's why, like, this range that we've been in for so long saying the same things. When we're in like a hot environment, it makes trading easy. 116 short. Right there with the daily. Let's run it.
100%. So after we break there, the 116, what I'm guessing it'll do, it'll drop again, make sure that everyone thinks, once it taps the 116,100, it's going to reject, it's going to come down. It could go up to like 121, close to the 121. People in here we're so back, I'm so smart, I bought the bottom, and right here you get the fuck you.
Because if you do go back to that 121, 122, you will get everyone so bullish again. It's guaranteed.
Dude, they're so bullish right now.
I'm reading actually. It's
let's call it the biggest hype people on crypto, which are people that have nothing to do with crypto, but they just talk about it, like Grant Cardone, for example. He's like, yeah, this morning I woke up and bought Bitcoin 111, 100. What a gift. Well, you're there again 3 days later. Congratulations. When I start reading that, dude, it's just like 2022 all over again.
Mhm.
2022 all over again. You know Jesse.
Mhm.
When I learned with someone that used to work with Jesse, or Jesse used to work with, and that dude is the one that made me eat the 100K Bitcoin thing. That dude was so bullish until after the major dump, and now it's starting to like get blah blah blah. When I saw how bullish he was, I was like, this has to be like close to the top or the top. It has to, because I don't know why traders don't get better. Like once we learn the basics, we stay there. We're like, oh look, this is how it works, and we just don't. I don't know what the fuck. It's really weird to me, because
I
when I
think it
do
has to
something,
do
I want to
with
become really good at it.
yeah, I think it has to do with ego.
Yeah, could
Yeah.
be.
I
Like,
think
yeah,
Bitcoin
I'm
keeps
good.
you more on your toes though, because it's so fucky. You just kind of have to know a little
Yeah.
bit, like adjust a
Oh,
little bit, you know.
and the other one that I like, the other idea would be instead of holding the 98, coming down to 97, and then people would say, dude, 88 is next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe a wick
And
is my 95 meme line on CME and then move up.
yeah, that could be really nice. But you know what? What really helps me? Just seeing these hype men and what they're saying and how people are. Because right now I've got all of the messages right here. The Pacos, which are the parrots, the people that repeat what they see on TV online. The Pacos, dude, have done such an excellent job at doing everything that TV has done that everyone on my comments right now was outside of ETA are like, the dollar's going to zero. Fiat is done. Now Bitcoin. Yeah. Okay. Absolutely. Absolutely. I like this. I like hearing what people are feeling, the animal spirits on based on nothing, on not understanding anything. So we know for a fact that the majority of the people also, you see the data that this is the time when the majority of people have invested the majority of their money in the stock market and in crypto.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Everyone's
what can you
in.
expect when that happens to them, for them to
Fully
win, right? They
allocated.
always win.
Everyone's in. You actually had it's interesting. Last night you had the ETF. It's net flows, like the inflows stats of ETH and Bitcoin. They were very up. People are
It was like $1
buying
billion
actually the dip.
within the first 10 minutes.
Now I noted it because I'm like, okay, well, in the bull market, and we still are in a bull market, but in the major up only, when you get those headlines, you would pump. So it was interesting because you got the headline and you dumped, which told me there's still a lot of liquidity, a lot of money. It's not like that wick just took everyone out and now we're good to go up. Like people are buying the dip. I think Sailor bought close to the all-time high too. Like there is literal money in this range that can be lost.
Well, I never take it for like as a reality, because these people, you never know. Like with the ETFs, dude, it's paper, right? Like you can't trace it.
True.
So you never know, right? With that,
That's a good point. That's a
the
good
way
point.
that I look at it is, I don't care if it's real or not. They are announcing that while Bitcoin is on a downtrend, they're trying to make everyone feel
Yeah,
that
exactly.
this is a great time to buy. And then Michael Saylor comes and does his thing. It's all a work together, right? And maybe they're not working together, but at least the media is. And you see all
100%.
those stupid pages like, oh, whale update or whatever the fuck they are. One of the stupidest pages to follow. They are these pages tell you exactly when not
whale
to
alerts?
buy and when to buy, because they're the ones pushing these narratives.
Yeah, that page is literally just straight fake news.
Yeah.
60 to 70% of what they post is fake news.
All of them. And also I saw the BTC archive, which I had to mute. I muted Michael Saylor yesterday too and all that stuff. Because dude, look at what's happening while they're so bullish. Look at Grant Cardone
exactly.
right now in his fucking incredible position that he was blessed to buy. He's under right now. My God. I hope he's okay.
And this is like
He's
a good
still
note for
thinking.
everyone, because like you in 2022, you saw this too. Like the real traders do come out in downside markets. Anyone can make money in long up only.
Oh yeah.
But like if people are abhorrently talking about 120, 118, we're going up, longing, let's long alts. It's all a great sign for you that, well, maybe this person doesn't really know what's going on. Because I'd never say that right now. That's absurd. It's no confirmation.
Raul Paul, which I still don't understand how anyone in this life keeps inviting him to any of these shows. But again, the people that go on these shows is just a circle jerk. It has nothing to do with anything that's real. That dude promised all season every time this year that you could possibly promise it. Every time. And I remember the last time I commented on his shit and then I muted him, I was like, dude, there's nothing saying that that's the case. I got not destroyed, but I got everyone on it. The fuck do you know what you're talking about? Blah, blah, blah.
Mhm.
Where's alt season?
Exactly.
And by the way,
I mean,
that alt season, so think about it, they've changed our behavior completely. In the past 5 years, people have become more greedy than ever. And they've wanted not only greedy, but they've want everything to happen super fast. The reason why we keep playing with the idea of alt season and it's not happening, but it's like on the verge, but it's not happening, it's because they want the greediest people in crypto to fucking eat a massive dick. I promise you that.
Absolutely.
This narrative doesn't come out of nowhere. Like, you can't be that stupid where you're looking everywhere. Solana already went from $8 to $300.
Exactly. At my point, like, couldn't you argue it already happened?
Pepe went from like fractions of a cent to like hundreds of thousands of percent up.
Yeah. Dude, Ethereum went
like
from
$3 to 60.
I have a theory though. I have a theory. Maybe
Go
they
ahead.
think it's alt season because their charts are inverted.
That could be. That could be the case. But yeah, this has 2022 market vibes all over again. And I also think they're using AI. AI continues to pump everything while Jeff Bezos is telling everyone, hey guys, AI is a bubble, get out. I'm always here to save you. And everyone keeps repeating the same thing. And the only thing that keeps going up is AI stocks, right? Isn't that incredible how it works?
It's like a paradox.
Yeah. So if they're telling me to be bearish on AI, right? They're telling me to be bearish on AI, and this shit just keeps going up. Although these are ugly candles, but AMD and all these other companies are going up, right? But they're telling me, and look at how close it is to all-time high. By the way,
Like it doesn't even look bad. That's why I haven't given Nvidia a short yet, because it's just still looking good.
Yeah, I mean, if you put this together, right, from the lows in September, still there.
Yeah.
Heading here, and you easily could do that. So while they're telling you that this is bearish and that you should get out because it's a bubble, they're telling you that this is bullish.
That's why it's easy right now. This is such a great market. Like, look at how we rejected 112,000. I could have just shorted that right there and made money. Yeah, easy market right now. Super easy market.
Yeah, so we'll enjoy it, and everyone here is gonna fucking take some money to the bank. I love these trend shifts. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's do it. So we got Solana and what was the other one? Robert Locks.
Robert Locks coming at you now from Robert Locks.
Exactly. Thank you, boys. Much appreciated. Vale. Estamos viendo Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, en una tabla diaria, rapidísimo para poder ver qué es lo que estamos viendo. Después del gran caidón que absolutamente nadie vio venir el viernes, que llegó hasta los 106 en la tabla de Coinbase. Esta es mi tabla de Coinbase. Hasta los 106,600, 106,900, 107. De ahí tuvimos un buen rebote, pero si estuvieron en el Discord con el tío Salo, les puse estos números acá para que supieran dónde está el rango. Y si has estado jugando este rango como tu servilleta, pues tío, estoy seguro que te estás llevando una buena lana y pues felicidades. Y vamos a continuar con esto. Yo soy un gran fan y también Alex y Farren de cuando cambiamos de tendencia. Porque cuando cambias de tendencia en un mercado, y ahora, esto no es completamente oficial, no podemos decir eso, pero normal, y esto es lo que me empieza a hacer sentir que estamos cambiando de tendencia. Hay dos cosas. Una, estando por debajo del EMA 100, esta línea roja que viene por acá, cerraste 1, 2, 3 y la cuarta subiste. Acá cerraste 1, 2, subiste esta, 3, 4, estás regresando de vuelta. Esto parece ser un SFP, ¿ok? Eso es lo primero. Lo segundo, lo fácil que ha sido shortear esto. O sea, lo han visto y tienen los niveles aquí puestos. Aquí llegaste al nivel más alto, corto, bolas, güey. Volviste a regresar por acá al 55 para abajo. Regresaste a retestear el 100 para abajo. ¿Ok? No te da los movimientos tan rápido, pero te los está dando una y otra y otra y otra y otra vez. Y yo me atrevería a ser descarado, tal cual como están viendo esto. Pondría una línea aquí justa. ¿Y dónde está esto? En los 100,700. Vamos a poner 100,700. Pierdes 100,700 esto se va a convertir en resistencia pronto y vas a caer a los 107. Eso es lo que tiene cara de. Y ahora, esto está ocurriendo en lo que están diciéndote que los inflows de los Bitcoin ETF están súper fuertes. Y Bitcoin, qué gran oportunidad de comprar. Es la mejor oportunidad del mundo. El dólar se va a ir a cero. Pero del otro lado, tienes AMD, tienes Nvidia, tienes todas estas otras acciones que continúan reventando a la alza. Solamente han caído tantito. Puedes verlo acá. Esto fue en septiembre y continuamos siendo altos, bajos más altos en toda la tabla y altos más altos. Y aquí Jeff Bezos te dijo que estás en un mercado en una burbuja. Entonces, sálganse de esto, váyanse a cripto. ¿Entienden cómo funciona la dinámica de esto? ¿No? ¿Cómo? Por eso les digo, no escuches. Si quieres confundirte y perder todo tu dinero, escucha las noticias no entendiendo cómo analizarlas. Es lo mejor que puedes hacer para perder todo tu dinero. Ve y escucha cuando Michael Saylor compró ahorita el tope antes de que te dieran este sorpaso para abajo y todavía no acabas de ver toda la acción. ¿Qué crees? ¿Que te están dejando comprar aquí por 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 días el fondo antes de que suba? Usa psicología. Tú eres el dueño del casino. Vas a dejar que todo el mundo que está aquí abajo por días, una semana entera, venga y compre para que los mandes para arriba y ganen, en lo que los estás hypeando a todos. Además, tienes un setup de volatilidad a la alza dándose en esta bajada, que continúa a la alza. Ahora, no tiene mucho camino, puede llegar y hacer extremos y quedarse pintando extremos, pero lo tienes, está aquí. ¿Ok? Es simplemente importante notar eso. Le puse en esta tabla, ok, esta es mi otra tabla. En esta tabla les puse esto. Tenemos la primera línea en un gráfico diario para que lo tengan ustedes también. Justamente el 22 de junio regresamos aquí al 26 de septiembre y ahora en octubre la estamos tocando otra vez, ¿no? Cuando tocas estas líneas, 1, 2, 3, la cuarta vez tiene un 60% en mi libro de probabilidad de continuar a la baja. Pueden ver acá esta línea morada sexy que va subiendo, ese es el SMA 200. Ese es el rango que estamos jugando ahorita. Les voy a enseñar la tabla bien acá. Pueden ver cómo justamente coincide con mi línea meme que está ahí abajo. Una vez más, estas líneas memes no significan nada, pero lo que sí nos indican dónde el rango tiene tope, fondo y dónde hay una zona de fricción. Zona de fricción es la zona a la que yo le llamo de cuando me da miedo tradear toda la posición de un lado a otro, me salgo en la zona de fricción. Eso soy yo. Puedes jugar el rango entero o puedes jugar la zona de fricción también. Yo juego la zona de fricción. ¿Por qué? Porque normalmente rechazan. Punto. Es pocas veces cuando te cagas y continúa la alza. Y cuando eso ocurre, normalmente viene a retestar la zona de fricción y continúa para arriba. Entonces, importante tenerlo en mente, justamente esto. A corto plazo, pueden ver, por más que hayas tenido este alto más alto, tuviste un bajo más bajo. Entonces, aquí te pone en precaución. No nada más te pone en precaución. Tienes una vela topera acá que te dio continuación instantáneamente en la diaria, te dio esta mega vela para abajo. Y siempre les he dicho, cuando ves este tipo de velas y que absorben para arriba una vez más, lo que están haciendo simplemente es engañarte, diciéndote, ve, güey, fue una clara tomada de liquidez. Te lo ponen enfrente para que lo creas. Y eso normalmente es para que haya continuación. Entonces, con eso he dicho, vamos a empezar a ver esto rapidísimo en la de 3 meses para que lo vean. Y ahora, ¿qué son estas cosas que tengo acá? Para la gente que no estuvo cuando lo conté, lo que estábamos contando es cuando te dan estos wikazos, cuánto tiempo tarda en regresar el precio, a dónde y luego a dónde va. Entonces, personalmente creo que vamos a jugar en esta zona al 116.100, 116.200 por un rato pensando, ya la vamos a romper para arriba, pero no. Ya la vamos a romper para arriba, no. Y cuando menos lo esperes, lo vas a romper para arriba, vas a venir a los 121 y ahí te va a mandar al pito. El 10 de noviembre es cuando deberíamos de encontrar el tope del movimiento a la alza si se mueve junto con, y ahora esto no se lo lleven a la iglesia y no lo tomen por religión, por el amor de Dios. Simplemente es un análisis que quiero ver cómo va a funcionar y cómo lo puedo comparar después. Esto es para mí aprender. Por ahora lo que comparé fue el peso, la dominancia de Bitcoin en wikazos, en cuánto tiempo ha tardado después de que da un wikazo agresivo, y voy a ir a la tabla del peso en putiza solamente para enseñárselo. ¿Qué era? ¿Diario o semanal? Vamos a usar semanal para llegar rápido. Esta. justamente de acá. El peso viene, toca fondo y te da, lo pueden ver acá, este sandwichazo y luego vuelve a bajar. De acá a acá es lo que estoy esperando ahorita con Bitcoin, ¿no? Que es noviembre 10. Esa es la primera. Y de ahí pueden ver que después lo superó con muchísima fuerza al alza. Esto lo hizo para psicológicamente hacer que todo el mundo pensara que ya no había manera de que iba a continuar. Y si lo ves al revés, ¿no? Voy a invertirlo en putiza. ¿Por qué lo voy a invertir? Porque si lo veo al revés, llegas a máximo histórico, digamos, ¿no? Al máximo local acá, que no ha pasado en no sé cuántos años, de 16.2. Caes. Ahora piensen esto en la tabla de Bitcoin. Esto es el subidón máximo histórico, la tabla cae instantáneamente, te da este huicazo, después hace un alto más bajo y después come mierda. Eso es lo que yo estoy esperando en Bitcoin. ¿Ok? Porque una vez más, esta no es la primera vez que lo hace. Déjenme los llevo a la dominancia de Bitcoin en putiza, que es parte del análisis. Dominancia de Bitcoin, lo hizo acá en febrero. Te dijo, ¡pum! Putazo hasta el 64%. Bien, es más, en la diaria lo vamos a ver para que se vea dramático este pedo. Vean esto. ¡Pum! Putazo a la alza. Vamos a ponerlo al revés para que lo vuelvan a entender de cómo se va a ver en Bitcoin. Madrazo a la baja, ¿no? Después de este súper alto. Y te dijo, güey, qué chingón, que ahora está invertida la gráfica, es solamente para probar un punto. Llegas a este alto, te da este huicazo y todavía crees, güey, ya valió verga. Pero cuando se recupera, fue una tomada de liquidez nada más. Continuación, puto. Es lo mismo que estoy esperando. Cuando volteas a ver la tabla de Bitcoin, ¿qué es lo que veo? Máximo histórico, huicazo para abajo. Güey, fue una tomada de liquidez, ¿entienden? Es la psicología. Aquí, a la gente que mueve los mercados, que mueve las noticias, no le gusta repetir las cosas, pero cuando las cosas son obvias, ¿no? Hubo una pandemia y después te dicen, güey, va a haber otra, y no se repite. Acá nadie te está diciendo que esto no se va a repetir. Nada. Nadie está ni siquiera tocando y analizando esto. Nadie. Lo único que están haciendo es, en lo que Bitcoin baja, Michael Saylor, los ETFs, BlackRock, el dólar se va a cero y Bitcoin va para arriba y las criptomonedas, Scott Bessent, las criptomonedas acaban de empezar a tomar la liquidez de todo en lo que está bajando. Bien. Y del otro lado te están diciendo que Nvidia, que AMD, que todas estas empresas de microchips, ¿no? Los pacos, los famosos pacos, te están contando que hay una burbuja, incluyendo a Jeff Bezos, que Jeff Bezos es parte de los malos de la película, que tenemos que agradecerle mucho a Jeff Bezos y lo queremos mucho porque lo hace por amor. Para nosotros, para volvernos más vergas. Y el gran Jeff Bezos viene y le dice a todo el mundo, güey, definitivamente AI es una burbuja. En lo que es lo único que continúa subiendo y empujando los índices a la alza. Entonces, solamente quería poner eso enfrente de ustedes. Continuamos con el análisis. Ahora sí, perdón por todas las distracciones. Vamos al índice para no perdernos por acá. Wow, felicidades, Alejandro. Pero ayer estaba checando Ferrari, que qué putazos se dieron a la baja. ¿Qué vergas es esto? Ok, perdón, tenía mi tabla en logarítmico. Ok. Ahora sí, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? Esto lo hemos platicado, no sin parar, pero esto acaba de empezar, que es lo que siempre les digo. Cuando la volatilidad, esto es un índice de volatilidad, si estás viendo esto por primera vez, se llama BBWP, lo consigues aquí, es gratis en indicadores, buscas BBWP y te aparece esta chingadera. Cuando esto es un indicador de volatilidad en extremo a la alza se ve con líneas rojas, eso quiere decir que está al 100% la volatilidad, la parte alta del canal, la parte baja del canal es cero y se ven en líneas azules. La línea de volatilidad es la línea que cambia de colores y la línea blanca es el promedio de la volatilidad. Bien, cada que vemos volatilidad en Bitcoin bajar en esta temporalidad, el precio baja, estás en un mercado bajista. Cada vez que ves eso. Cada vez que llegas a este punto, ¿no? Cada vez que lo haces, vas al tope del mercado. Cada vez que llegas al fondo de acá, vas al tope del mercado y el precio hace fondo. Cada vez que llegas al fondo de acá, vas, tocas fondo y el precio hace máximos históricos. Es lo que estamos viendo. Pero cada que tu volatilidad contrae, el precio cae y entras en un mercado bajista. Esto es la primera vez que nos da el promedio por encima de la volatilidad, lo que oficialmente nos dice que está contrayendo la volatilidad. Todavía falta un chingo para cerrar este gráfico. Faltan 2 meses y 17 días. Y ahorita Bitcoin da un pompazo, se va para arriba y volatilidad se da la vuelta. Olviden lo que estoy diciendo. Pero normalmente cuando ya ves esto, o estás topando o ya viste el tope. Entonces voy a mantener un ojo bien abierto a esta tabla, aunque tenga la sorpresa y el truco de que dura 2 meses y 17 días antes de cerrar. Otra cosa que notamos, vela toperona, una vela toperona también por acá, aunque no la consideraría completamente topera porque no está por debajo de esta zona. Pero le da más todavía esperanzas, le da más favor a eso, a no ser topera. Tienes un promedio del 5 justamente en los 101,718. Tienes el promedio del 9 en los 83 y el promedio del 21 en los 60,000. Recuerda que en un mercado bajista, Bitcoin siempre se ha apoyado del 34, se encuentra en los $46,000, que es la línea blanca que estás viendo acá. Y esto solamente lo podemos medir desde enero del 2018, así que son los datos que tenemos. Les voy a poner el HPDR acá. Mucha gente nos pregunta siempre, güey, ¿cómo pongo el HPDR? Esta madre cuesta 800 y cacho dólares. No sé si ha subido más por la inflación o no, pero esto es, alguien lo hizo especialmente y lo vende. Es Air Crown, por si lo quieren buscar. Bien, habíamos platicado de cómo nos había rechazado la zona azul y ahora caímos directito, ni siquiera venimos a la parte baja de la zona azul. Estamos en el 50% que nos rechazó en el máximo histórico. De no poder cerrar por encima de los 123,827, que es donde está el 50% en este trimestre, que todavía faltan 2 meses y 17 días, vas a tener más probabilidades de ir primero al promedio del 5, que se encuentra en los $102,000, y luego al promedio del 9 en los $83,000, y la parte baja de la zona del 61,8% en $74,000, vamos a decirle así para que lo tengan en mente. Ahora rompes los 123 y te pone el objetivo que he escuchado por años que iba a llegar hace 2 años, el de los casi $180,000. Bien. Mensual. Mensual es muy interesante. El gráfico mensual tiene la volatilidad en el punto más bajo de toda la historia en los Bitcoin. Puedes verlo acá, tal cual. Está más bajo que la que encontramos en el 2020. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Cuando tienes baja volatilidad, quiere decir que vas a tener mucha volatilidad y vas a tener el movimiento más fuerte de toda la historia posiblemente en Bitcoin, a la alza o a la baja. ¿Ok? Todavía no le vamos a dar favor a nada porque no queremos quedarnos mal parados en un trade. Pero un movimiento brutalmente fuerte es lo que viene. La última vez que tuvimos un setup de volatilidad nos llevó básicamente... bueno, fue el setup de Hamas acá en octubre del 2023 que nos llevó de los $26,000 hasta los 72,000. Solamente para que tengan una idea de lo fuerte que son esos setups. Y ni siquiera pegó a la alza en todo, ¿ok? Eso es un setup mensual de volatilidad. Además, estamos viendo justamente esto. En el 2024 llegamos a la parte alta de la zona azul. De ahí nos rechazó, caímos de la media. Nos rechazó y nos ha estado rechazando la media todos estos meses. ¿Cuántos meses exactamente desde que caímos? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 meses que la media nos continúa rechazando. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que pasa en ese tipo de escenarios? Vamos a ver, que la media nos rechaza después de haberla ganada por acá en el 2021 hasta mayo. Ok, la primera vez que le ganamos a la media y que estuvimos por encima fue cuando hicimos nuestro máximo histórico y luego tuvimos el máximo histórico en divergencia bajista, pero ya literalmente habías perdido la media. ¿Cuánto tiempo la perdiste antes de un mercado bajista? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Puta madre, o sea, ya ahí estabas en el fondo en septiembre 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Aunque estas dos, este fue el primer SFP. Cuando te dio un SFP, luego te dio el seguimiento para arriba. Vive por debajo de la media mensual esta cosa. Bien, entendido. ¿Qué más tenemos que estamos viendo? Si no podemos romper estos 127,400, que es donde está la media, tenemos más probabilidad de ir al promedio del 5, que es justamente donde estamos en los 111,200. Y de ahí, siguiente objetivo, una vez más, que es justamente con la trimestral, con la de 5, en los $102,000. Si perdemos esos $102,000, 90,000 a 86 van a ser nuestros siguientes objetivos a la baja. ¿Ok? Después de romper los 127 para arriba, $188,000 vuelven a aparecer por acá. ¿Ok? Para que lo tengan bien puesto. 2 semanas, las cosas no pintan tan bien. 2 semanas también tienes volatilidad nula, lo puedes ver acá. Periodos de volatilidad nula, está preparando un movimiento duro en la mensual, en la trimestral, en la semanal. Y estamos literalmente siendo rechazados de la parte alta, baja de la zona azul. Tienes una vela doji, una vela de indecisión acá. Y ahora no, esta es una vela de indecisión también, aunque no se vea. Vean lo gorda que está la puta y aparte tiene las patitas para arriba y para abajo del mismo tamaño. Al no poder reventar los 113,200, tenemos más probabilidades y esta vela cuando va a cerrar, todavía faltan 2 semanas esencialmente para cerrar. Si puedes cerrar por encima de los 113,300, tienes probabilidades de venir a buscar la media en los 140. De no hacerlo, tienes más probabilidades de venir al 50% en los 107,000. Una vez más, esos 107 vuelven a aparecer. Si no jala, los 103,000, por ahí la zona de los 102,000, ¿ok? Con volatilidad nula. Semanal. Bueno, tío, la semanal tiene un chingo, lleva desde julio pintando volatilidad nula. Bueno, la está pintando desde septiembre, pero desde julio estás abajo del 15% y estamos esperando a ver a dónde expande esto también. Esto es un cero potente, tenemos rechazo de la media, tenemos rechazo del 5, tenemos rechazo del 9 y justamente ahorita estamos a punto de perder el 21. Perdemos el 21, ¿qué sigue? El 34. Una vez más, zona de 106, $107,000. No aguanta, una vez más, $102,000, ¿no? Bastante claro, bastante sencillo, como yo, como el tío Salo, sencillito, carismático, ¿no? Había un comercial así de argentinos cuando yo era chiquito, no me acuerdo de qué era, pero estaba muy cagado. Muchos periodos de nula volatilidad en la tabla de 5 días. Recuerden que las 5 días nos dio esos setups de jamás, que fue donde le pusimos esto, que son movimientos literalmente de mínimo 35%, más bien de promedio de 35% una vez que explota. Vamos a medir 35% a la alza y a la baja, ¿ok? Estamos aquí, digamos que empieza a reventar volatilidad a la alza. 35% está en 150. A la baja, en 72,000. Para que se den una idea del rango al que podemos ir en esto. Y pueden ver en la de 5 días lo esencial que estamos, dónde estamos. Perdemos estos 110, 142 y vamos a 107. No aguantan los 107, 102. Bastante fácil. Diaria. Tienes expansión de volatilidad acá, justamente. Espérenme. Ahí está. Tienes expansión de volatilidad, adivina dónde, a la baja. Bien. Con esta expansión de volatilidad, estás cayendo al 78,6%. Ya perdiste el promedio del 100, el promedio del 5, todos tus promedios están aquí arriba, el 9 está a punto de bajar del 21, esto indica debilidad en el precio dura. Y aquí abajo tienes en los 107 el SMA 200, que si no te aguanta vas a los 106. 106, para mí es la zona que más sentido tiene, porque todo el mundo está esperando el 107, al igual que mi línea meme. Pero me gusta usar mis rangos. Entonces ahí es donde voy a tener una decisión importante que hacer una vez que vea esto. Pierde 111,100, que es lo que estaba diciendo hace rato. Vas justamente a esa zona. Tienes volatilidad expandiendo a la alza. Y pues les digo, para que sepan la mentalidad de las tablas. Bitcoin, y así se va a volver la bolsa. La bolsa no te hace esto tanto. La bolsa es menos cabrona, pero Bitcoin sí te lo hace. Bitcoin técnicamente rompe todos los niveles y hace todo lo contrario al análisis técnico. Cuando estás viendo esto, deberías de estar viendo esto. bajos más altos. Y eso es lo que la gente está viendo, ¿ok? Bajos más altos con una gran toma de liquidez y está aguantando esta zona. Si soy un trader de análisis técnico tradicional que solamente aprendió esto y nunca quiso mejorar porque no está escuchando el pasado, no está viendo la tabla, no está aprendiendo y tomando notas todo el tiempo, esto se ve alcista. Pero lo que tienes que entender es esto. En verdad, Bitcoin le está dando la oportunidad a toda esta gente una y otra vez acá de entrar en long y se queda por largos periodos aquí abajo. No se queda por largos periodos aquí arriba. En verdad está invitando a toda esta gente a entrar en long. Una vez que tengas a la suficiente gente en long, esta chingadera va a ser esto. Y ahora, si aquí la gente se está trepando en corto, lo que va a hacer es esto y abajo. Así, sacas a toda la gente en corto, no le das tiempo a nadie de meterse en corto, se meten en long, haces tantita consolidación acá para que la gente cree que va a subir y bolas, güey, para abajo. Que él, una vez más, cuando leo tabla de Bitcoin es, ¿qué es lo que la tabla quiere que la gente piense? Cuando veo una tabla tradicional, no tengo que pensar en eso todavía. Una vez que abran el mercado 24 horas al día, 7 días a la semana, esto va a empezar a pasar. Pero por ahorita no. Por ahorita estamos simplemente en estos niveles. Una vez más, puesto fácil para todos ustedes, tal cual aquí lo tienen. El rango que les había platicado antes está en el Discord para que lo encuentren. Estamos en 110,800. Pierde, esto es a mi gusto, el día de hoy los 110,700 y vas a empezar a ir a buscar estos 107. ¿Ok? Vas a llevarte estos mínimos en 109 y vas a ir a buscar estos 107. Si aguantas acá y tienes un rebote, la primera zona importante, 112,100. 112,100 podría ser la zona donde encuentres el primer corto. El segundo en el EMA 100 en los 113,500. El tercero aquí arriba en los 116,200. Si puedes romper esta zona y consolidar por encima de los 116,200, tu primera zona van a ser los 117,600 y tu última zona 120,900. Ahora, puedes tener un súper extremo, un buicazo en putiza a los 123 si eso se da. Por ahora, lo que nosotros creemos es que esto probablemente se vaya a perder. Tiene más probabilidades de perderse e ir a estos 107. Y la invalidación de esto sería simplemente, no, en realidad sería un alto histórico, pero si quieres una invalidación más sencilla que instantáneamente te va a dar ese movimiento, si tienes un cierre por encima del EMA 100 que está en los 113,500, tienes un cierre por encima de eso, podrías decir, ok, no vamos primero para abajo, vamos primero para arriba. Y recuerda, esto, por lo que es imposible adivinarlo, es por lo siguiente. Cuando el mercado ve en dónde están posicionados, cuál es el porcentaje de traders apostando para arriba y cuál es el porcentaje de traders apostando para abajo. Si hay más apostando para arriba, te tiran primero. Si hay más apostando para abajo, subes primero. Porque una vez más, no, el mercado no lo manipulan un día al año, ¿no? No, es que Binance manipuló el mercado aquí. No mames, o sea, manipularon el mercado hoy, pero lo bueno es que no lo manipulan todos los días. O sea, por el puto amor de Dios, escúchense, cabrones. Esto funciona así. ¿Cuál es la forma de que menos gente haga dinero? Y así es como se mueve esta cosa. Para que lo tengan ahí, 10,600, nada mal, ahí va. Ahí va, ahí va, ahí va. Vamos a continuar. Y una cosa más, vamos a ver la de 12 horas. Tenemos volatilidad contrayendo en esta tabla de 12 horas. Tenemos rechazo del 9. Uy, el 5 ya está por debajo del 9. Interesante. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. Tienes el 200 por encima del... Esto es mucha debilidad, ¿eh? Esto es muchísima debilidad. ¿Qué tan sobre? Uy, y solamente estamos en la media. Primer objetivo, 110, 150. Y es por eso que les había dicho eso. 110, 150 lo pierdes. 107, 900, 108 es el siguiente objetivo. Y ahora, cuando llegues aquí, yo creo que 108 es donde va a aguantar. Ahora, esto es imposible predecir, pero tienen que pensar en estos escenarios. Como tienes este huicazo acá, lo que va a hacer probablemente es un bajo más alto. Para que toda esta gente diga, güey, es alcista. Volví a comprar el fondo, aunque compré acá y ya era el fondo, pero ahora estoy acá, pero compré el fondo. va a volver a hacer esto, toda esa gente va a creer que es un genio, Michael Saylor va a decirles que compró y pito. Ahí lo tienen. En cuanto a la dominancia de Bitcoin siendo bajista, les llevan prometiendo cuánto tiempo que esto iba a caer. No va a caer y no hay un rally. O sea, no hay nada en este pedo que te diga que, les digo, tienes el Wikazo. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Que va esto a subir cabrón. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que quiere decir? ¿Tiene que decir que esto va a subir el precio de Bitcoin? No, recuerda, cuando Bitcoin cae, las alts caen 10 veces más que Bitcoin. Entonces, todo el mundo, para perder menos, se mete en Bitcoin. Y por eso la dominancia de Bitcoin sube, para que lo tengan en mente solamente. ¿Ok? 12 horas es lo que vimos. 4, no, perdón, en la de Bitcoin quería ver la de 4 horas. 4 horas, ya mega madreada esta tabla de 4 horas, pero mega puteada. Uy, en la de 4 horas tienes volatilidad expandiendo, tío, ante esta caída. You guys see the 4-hour volatility expansion right now?
Oh, yeah.
About to give us another extreme.
Off of the 112 was a nice play. 109.3 seemed next to me.
If we break 110, 100, 100%. 100%. And then,
Quickly, too.
yeah, because we're seeing this, I wonder if we're going to go close to the 107, probably the 108, make a little higher low for a little bit so that everyone, again, feels like a genius. Grant Cardone will be like, I am so blessed again to buy at 107, 900, even though I was blessed up here. But now I'm blessed again here. And he'll continue to be blessed all the way down. That would be the way that this works, if it's going to work out indeed.
It's easy to be blessed when you're buying with other people's money.
Oh, dude, you're so blessed when you do that. You don't even understand how blessed you are when you're using other people's money.
I'd like to use other people's money.
100. Yeah, 109, 100. Exactly.
Did you see after the whole dump how Andrew Tate tweeted about how leverage trading is
Satanic.
like the devil or satanic?
Sounds
Bro
like my
teaches
mother.
leverage trading in his website.
I mean, Andrew Tate's incredible. Like what they got him there for, he's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. God bless him. God bless Andrew Tate. And you know what? Fuck this Bitcoin. You know what's worse than Bitcoin going down? A woman not making me a sandwich.
The Queen of England can't drive.
Asians have fucking small eyes because they're so stupid. God. All right, we're ready, Alex. We got salamis.
Let's check this out. I've shared it. Perfect. Okay, well, let's check this out in the lens of what we know with Bitcoin, right? We know Bitcoin's extremely weak. Seems like it's still probable it's going to go down. So we use that bias to help us with altcoins. We know everything's key with Bitcoin. So it's, if your altcoin is strong versus Bitcoin, it still doesn't mean it's not going to dump. It just may dump less than like a Doge or a Litecoin if their Bitcoin pairing is worse. Consistently, you've seen a strong Solana. You've seen a strong Solana, and that's kind of been the flavor of this market. Solana is the leader. You often see Sol start moving before Bitcoin, and bullish Bitcoin exasperates the bullish move on Sol because Sol versus Bitcoin is bullish. But now something is shifting here. And this is something you really want to pay attention to, because if we're going to go on the camp that Sol's been a market leader, it's often been moving first, and again, just market leader, simply, then wouldn't you expect it to start leading to the downside? Well, yeah, I would. And so for me, let's go to the monthly here. You're at a big spot here for Sol. That wick low, you hit the monthly median, which is good. Bulls really just want to break out from here, testing, essentially March 2024's high, while bears are just simply waiting for this monthly to close under all major moving averages before a major breakdown. Now, what occurred last time when you lost all major moving averages on Sol? Well, here it was. This led to a major move down. What was this? 25% next month. Did it stop there? No, it did not. You then ended up going down another 23%. Did it stop there? No, it did not. You then went another 19%. The point is, Something majorly shifting here for Sol, while everyone's talking about alt season, I'm looking at this as into November, Solana could actually capitulate very hard. Now, let's look here in this time zone. This was February, so the beginning of the year. We know what ETH was doing. Let's see what Sol was doing in February. Ooh, so right, this is just like 230 all the way down to $112. So when you're trading in this zone, and Sol versus Tether essentially is still relatively okay. This is where trend will become your friend. Solana had a major trend shift. You expected a mean reversion bounce. On the 2-day, you're just still in a sell trigger. Now you have confluence to make a move down to 186, 179. And that's why for me, I'm going to use this green meme line. For the culture, 169 is a major spot for Solana. That was the bottoming spot here on that dump. If you start losing 169, to me, it's going to give me great confluence of a major move down. We'll play the levels, of course, 154 next, then we'll come here in this range. It's a range. Alt usually just play within ranges. 138, but truly, I'm expecting an $85 Sol. And we've seen this before, did we not? February, March, April. Disgusting. Let's go here real fast. But again, like monthly, right? Still holding. But again, where this monthly in closes for November will be really key for us because you are the lowest volatility rate ever, just like Bitcoin. You're potentially losing this 204. And really, I mean, if you lose the 204, confluence down to the monthly 9 at 180, assuming you just close like this, in 16 days, we know that, bears are really going to try to push this down because, well, you have a bi-monthly. They can solidify this breaking down, taking out March low. Then, yeah, you are now in a bi-monthly downtrend. Terrible. Could mean Sol's going to $56. But until then, I mean, we're just going to be watching 16 days. For me, 204 is the spot. You stay under 204, you're going to move down. Next target for me is 181 to 169. Let's see how big of a range that is from current market price. Like, ooh, 13%. Conservatively, 8% is brewing for Solana right now, an 8% move. Confirm that once you take yesterday's low out, in my opinion. Now, right, weekly 9 was holding very easily. This gave you the easy trade. Long, long, long. And it worked. Worked well, actually. Like here, this just gave you an easy 22% move. Super easy. So once you expect the flip side, right? Weekly 9 lost, 204 lost, rejection, bearish retest. Now this is just brewing a breakdown right in that 153. Lose 153. Look where that SMA 200 is. Right at $100, very close to this range. This is a range. This isn't like one line. This is just a range here. It likes to play in between this range. The extremity low is $85. Confluence that $85 region with a weekly volatility setup. Let's go to the bi-weekly. So here you can see, you're still holding the bi-weekly 9, but bears just simply want follow through. If you take out the last biweekly low, right, what that big dump, essentially what will occur is a major breakdown, confluence of the EMA 100, again, in that $100 region, specifically 121. Why I keep bringing that up is Solana's trading almost at $200. This thing can really reverse quickly from here if we're truly bearish, which where I'm standing, things are looking that way. I mean, questionable, but hey, visually it's there. Let's see here. What a nice chart. Solana actually looks like a very easy short into November. Actually, we are short on Sol. I forgot about that. What a day. What a time to be alive. Great time. 5-day here's on a breakdown. Confluence of that idea that you are going to potentially start moving down from here. Very minimally going to that 180. And that's just based here on this HPDR. You're in a breakdown with volatility. Did it actually get it set up here?
Yep, by like a ball sack here, 100 at 15%. So it's valid.
Did it go under though? It didn't go under it.
Oh,
What
no,
chart?
no,
From
I mean
Binance?
mine's at 15.5. My bad. I misread your line.
No, yeah, my bad. I should put that there. Very close though. So no volatility setup, but still very close. And this is still low. It's still low. It's just no setup, but it doesn't necessarily mean you won't just have this fire off. Not fire off, but just start moving up as we go down. It would have been nice though with volatility set up in a 5-day breakdown, rejecting the 5-day 9. That'd have just been easy, but it's an altcoin, so it's not going to be easy. 10-day closes in 2 days. What can we really interpret from this 10-day? Well, the 10-day looks like it's in a downtrend, right? You had a higher low, higher high. Okay, cool. Swipe down, took that out. So now you made a lower high, lower low. Okay, so then into this new 10-day candle, you would be watching this region here. For the short, maybe a 10-day EMA 9 rejection, confluence to the 180 region. Lose this 180, you will go to 169. That's it. You have to hold 169, specifically this low. Take that out. You will see Solana capitulate. We can't act like we haven't seen that before in this region. Just simply look here and just look at the reactions. Major moves occur in this zone once you reject 169 or lose it. No difference. No difference. See my point? That's why 169 is the spot. It makes sense we bounced what we did. But if what we know is Bitcoin is potentially looking bearish, potentially going to take out that wick low eventually, then this all has implications for Solana. So this is Solana Tether. Looking very bearish. 204 is resistance. You really need to just stay above that and potentially chop within this channel for a little bit if you're bullish. That then can at least shed some of this volatility, because what you actually could get here is volatility contracting while Sol still goes down. That ultimately, when that occurs, just tells me that, yeah, bears are in full control, and this is a very bearish chart. And that's potentially what you could have if you fall under the moving average here. Oh, gosh, come on. Fall under the moving average. Lose the daily EMA 100. Isn't this a whole short setup in itself? So I'll be looking at this actually for an ad zone for shorts, and or if you're not positioned on that Academy short in that $200 region, can easily look for this. This is the same setup we took last night on Bitcoin, just deviation of the EMA 100. Giving you a confluence of a 13% move. Pretty nice, actually. Seen nice reactions here before. And why I'm bringing this up is because if you're bullish on Sol, well, just refer back to February, because you're getting a lot of characteristics from February to now, and that was really when Sol went all the way down to $100. And we can't act like it wasn't off the back of losing the EMA 100, chopping a little bit, forming a lower high, and then breaking down. So when we're at that spot exactly again, and we know everything on Bitcoin, we know the environment we're at and sentiment, this is definitely worth paying attention, because this looks like it's about to break down hard. And this gives me confluence of my idea on Bitcoin, which is November, December will be pretty ugly going into the new year. What a nice chart. So let's tie this up nicely. If you lose 169 on Solana, you know that you've now essentially lost the monthly 9. And in that region at 169, you generally see major dumps. That's your spot. You're in a range. 204 is extremity high, 204 to 215. Give bulls the benefit of the doubt. While 169 is the extremity low, you're now on the daily deviating, rejecting, and potentially losing the EMA 100. This is looking very bearish. Do you skill shorts here? No. Wait for the daily. Watch the EMA 100. And let's see if we have a silver cross as well. And we're about to. So then this can help you position. Say, okay, well, if we just dump, maybe we get the silver cross. Maybe we lose the EMA 100. We get a bounce here, lower high, and then roll over. And you're just playing trend down. 2. So we'll go back to this chart, SOL versus Bitcoin, the most important chart. And that's why perspective is key. Weekly lost the SMA 200. I mean, last time you stayed under there, you got one candle to the upside, reclaim, deviation. You really didn't retest it at all. You just reclaimed it, popped up. Now you've lost it again. You're getting that move up, but you, of course, would have expected a weekly EMA 9 retest in confluence with the EMA 100. So now really bears just need to take control here and start reversing this, turning this candle red, expanding off the SMA 200. Very curious to see where this HBR is. Interesting. You were above that median for 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks. Now you've just freshly lost it again. Confluence, things are shifting here. Things aren't as bullish as it seems. If alt season was going to occur, wouldn't you expect this to hold the median, consolidate above 18879, move up to that 228? But you're doing the opposite. You've lost the median. You're rejecting the moving averages, put in a bearish retest, and well, the 38.2% is not that far away. Actually, you'd be in a breakdown before you even take this wick low out. So then just taking out that October 6th wick low will just exacerbate things more, make them more extreme to the downside. So really, I'd be very cautious here on Solana. It's looking quite weak. And really, I mean, it's going to be a leader either up or down. Volatility is very hot on SOL. And so for me now, we just need to be very cautious here. We need to be watching and paying attention. On spot, right, you're just watching 204. And you potentially are going to get a whole short setup into today's daily closure. Now, one loss doesn't guarantee things, but we can then say, okay, we need to see the reaction of the EMA 100, confluence with 204. You've already retested 204, so you don't need to test that again, just so everyone's aware. You can just simply retest the EMA 100 and move down. And this is what I'll be looking for into today. This really does give me bias. Yeah, perhaps tonight we're going to see a rollover in crypto. Today, we're just going to chop a little bit under $112,000. Because really, I mean, why not just wait for the daily EMA 100 day loss? Similar setup exactly on Bitcoin, really. Just wait. And now you're going to get followed through potentially tonight, tomorrow, once you lose $112,000. So for Solana, I'd be very cautious, not bullish at all, under $204. Specifically when you're in a breakdown, losing the EMA 100, signaling potentially an over 8% move. So I'd just be very cautious here. This is a gift. This was a gift to shorts. Nothing more, nothing less. You have to start having that perspective for these things. Like, oh, we bounce. You didn't get the 9. Oh, let me just start shorting here. And that logic so far would have saved you, actually made you some money. Be up 4% on that trade. Simple things. Instead of being the contrarian, oh, no, alt season. Oh, wait a minute. Isn't this in a major downtrend? I guess that's not important. It's only important when it's in an uptrend, not a downtrend. So off this place exactly was the start of the capitulation. So be very aware of that. Use 169 as your confirmation. Play within this range. It can be a range, perfectly fine. That's why we'll use 169 as the spot. Lose 169, I really do think we're just going to see like an $8,500 SOL. Now, I mean, we'll pay attention to 150s, obviously. But with everything we know already, I mean, it just really doesn't seem like this is going to hold. And why, right? Like, well, because if you go to the monthly here, you've already hit the 21 a few times. You have not hit the 34. And more so, again, it just plays into the trend, right? So if you start coming into this region here, I mean, you're now in just a confirmed downtrend. This was the last major higher low bottoming point before breaking out. I'm sure there was a lot of stops here. But also, I mean, just losing 169 gives you a target down to the 100, which then can help me say, yeah, I'm not really going to be convinced 150 will hold. Rather, it probably just provides a bounce to a lower high. So that's Sol. We're in a very big spot. Actually looks like it's brewing a capitulation within the next month, right? Two more 2-week candles potentially. But really what you've seen is you lose 204, you rally up, you retest it, and then you get follow through once you get under the biweekly 9. So watch this very carefully. Today, really, right? The daily losing the EMA 100 has implications for the biweekly. And we don't need to wait 10, 11 days whenever that's closing. What was it? 11 days. We can start taking actionable here. If you're not already positioned with ETA, potentially I'll post another short on today's close based on the daily setup. Well, because the daily setup's brewing an over, again, I keep forgetting it, over 12% move. That's could be life-changing money. So I'll be watching that very carefully. And simply you'll just need this volatility to contract while we go down again. Just would be very bearish. So that's all I have on Sol. Really, 204 is the spot, 169 is the capitulation zone, and from this point at 204 back in February was really the beginnings of a major collapse for Sol. Do not find it a coincidence we're in that exact same spot in this environment with Bitcoin. So just be very aware of that.
Thank you, Alex. That was clear. Sorry, I was saying bye to Belen.
Oh, no worries.
And next for you, Amazon. We're going to see what Lex Luthor is planning on doing.
Amazon. I'm pretty bearish on Amazon, actually, so this will be a good one.
Yeah, we got a short running.
Yeah.
Why are you bearish on Amazon? People have so much money. It's the best economy ever. That's what the news tell me. It's great GDP. Why are you bearish on Amazon?
You're right. I'm going to start longing it. Maybe options too.
Max leverage.
I'll buy one share for every hair on Jeff Bezos' head.
That was good.
That is fucking really good. Ok. Solamis, damas y caballeros. Uno, cuando tenemos la vista mensual podemos ver, estamos haciendo este alto maravilloso que hicimos en enero. Ahora tuvimos un segundo alto que fue más bajo y esta es una vela topera, pero de libro en la mensual en Solana. Lo único que tenemos que hacer para poder confirmar el tope en Solana y una caída bastante fuerte es un cierre mensual por debajo de los $190, porque cerrando por debajo de una vela topera es como confirmas el movimiento para abajo, ¿ok? Por ahora estás dentro de esta tendencia alcista local, puede que este haya sido el tope y ahora vas a buscar un mínimo. Y ahora, normalmente cuando haces esto, el mínimo no llega instantáneamente tan rápido, entonces vamos a estar al pendiente para ver a dónde va. ¿Vale la pena poner la trimestral en Solana? No. Pero bueno, algo interesante es cómo volatilidad está cayendo en Solana al punto más bajo de la tabla en toda la historia, en 66%. Voy a poner la mensual porque no vale la pena la trimestral, honestamente. Y vamos a usar esto para que lo puedan ver, el HPDR, damas y caballeros. La pregunta es, ¿Solana va a ser un nuevo alto histórico? Recuerden, en análisis técnico, ¿qué es lo que estamos buscando? Altos, bajos, lo que sigue, ¿no? Tienes el alto, tienes tu bajo, tienes el alto. ¿Dónde va a continuar el próximo bajo? Esa es la pregunta ahorita, es lo que vamos a buscar. A menos que creas que este fue el bajo y ahora vamos a continuar para arriba a buscar un nuevo alto. Eso podría ser si es lo que piensas, ¿no? Por ahora, la nueva vela que estamos viendo en Solana es una vela de indecisión, es un doji. Y pueden ver la importancia justamente de dónde está. Está un poco por encima de la zona azul. Si pierde los 197.15, que es lo que ha estado empezando a jugar, nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser los 186. De 186 a 167 hasta 160, ¿ok? Antes de meternos trágicamente a más niveles para abajo. Ahora, de poder estar acá, deberías de tener chances de venir a buscar otra vez la línea meme de no perder los 197, deberías de tener oportunidad de venir a buscar los 233. Eso no te pone en un nuevo máximo, en un nuevo alto, pero simplemente te da un regreso a un bajo más alto que el de esta vela. Bien, tenemos un segundo, volatilidad, si no me equivoco, en Solana también, mensual, igualita que en Bitcoin, en el punto más bajo de la tabla en toda la historia. Está por encima del 15%. pero está por debajo del promedio. Entonces, hasta que no veamos que Solami se da la vuelta acá y está apuntando para arriba su volatilidad, no podemos empezar a emocionarnos todavía, tristemente. 2 semanas en Solamis, también tenemos volatilidad contrayendo, no al punto más bajo de toda la tabla. Eso lo hizo literalmente antes de hacer su máximo histórico con la gran moneda de Donald Trump y la de Javier Milei. Putos cracks de mierda. Dios los bendiga. Y ahora estamos justamente acá, uno de los puntos más bajos de la tabla, con volatilidad contrayendo por debajo del promedio. Lo pueden ver por acá, lo que nos dice que prepara un setup potente. Ahora, el promedio del 5 es lo que nos está rechazando. La parte alta de la zona azul está en 256, que no es un máximo histórico, pero es un alto más alto que esto. De no poder vencer esos 209, vamos a poder tener la probabilidad de venir a los 192, que es donde está el promedio del 9, y de ahí hasta los 187, que es donde está la media. La confluencia de esta línea de soporte con el promedio del 21 me hace pensar que los 180 van a venir. Y si rompemos los 180 para abajo, nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser esta línea meme en los 173. De no aguantar, la parte baja de la zona azul está en 150. Y ahora no me va a poner más trágico, ¿no? Estamos muy lejos de eso. Semanal. Vamos a ver cómo estamos parados en la semanal. También un buen punto. Uy, volatilidad está justamente en el 15%, ¿eh? No sé por qué no pinté esta chingadera antes, pero pues ahí está. 15%. Vean cómo está contrayendo. Ahora la volatilidad va a contraer también en la semanal, lo que nos dice que viene un movimiento potente también pronto. En la tabla de, ¿cómo se dice? De semanal tienes una vela topera y tienes seguimiento instantáneamente. Y ahora estás pintando otra vela topera. Si esto llega a cerrar por los 193 sería indudable. Pero lo importante acá es, tienes tu promedio del 9, tu promedio del 5, a punto de cruzar el 5 por debajo del 9. Tienes la media también acá en los 213. Parece que ya te hizo un pre-rechazo y eso te debería llevar a los 293 que ya lo hizo. De perder los 193, 185 y la línea meme por ahí de los 178 se vuelve una realidad. Así que lo que queremos romper acá son los 215, 215, 215. 5 días. También nos está preparando un setup de volatilidad bonito. No se metió por debajo del 15%, pero también todavía no está expandiendo, así que vamos a mantener un ojo bien pelado por acá. Tienes en la de 5 días, no tienes una vela topera, pero tienes un hanging man, instantáneamente confirmación a la baja, alto, bajo, bajo, ¿y dónde va a poner el próximo? No, es la pregunta. Vemos que nos está rechazando la parte baja de la zona azul en los 213. Nos pre-rechazó con el promedio del 5, perdiendo el promedio del 9 y la zona del 50%, que está donde está la línea meme. Y el 34 fue lo que nos aguantó en los 190. De perder los 190, siguiente objetivo debería de ser los 172. Y que está por ahí en los 167 el promedio del 100 también en la de 5 días. Diaria. Tuviste volatilidad expandiendo ante esta caída, más bien ante la subida acá, y ahora está a punto de contraer. Ve, mantenemos un ojo por acá. Tienes todos tus promedios por encima importantes, el 34, el 9 ya está bajando por debajo del 55 de todo esto. Esto nos dice que hay debilidad en el precio. Estamos perdiendo el promedio del 100, lo que esto haría que esto fuese un SFP. Y si eso es un SFP, este fue tu máximo. Y ahora vas a ir a buscar un mínimo, el 95%, que es lo que nos hace pensar que tal vez no vayamos, pero pues ya lo tocamos acá. Está justamente en los 179 con esta línea meme. Y no vamos a hablar más objetivos a la baja. 12 horas vienes en extremo. Estás justamente en el SMI 200. De perder el SMI 200 en los 197, ya estás por debajo de... tu siguiente objetivo debería de ser la parte baja del 61.8% o el promedio del 5 en los 195. Y de no aguantar la parte baja de la zona azul, la parte alta de la zona azul que está en 189. ¿Ok? Y ahí la media viene con esta línea meme que va para arriba. 4 horas. Perdón. 4 horas, volatilidad contrayendo. Ok. En volatilidad contrayendo, el promedio del 100 fue lo que te rechazó una vez que viniste y lo perdiste. Atentos, esto es un SFP. Vienes para abajo, ni siquiera tocas el promedio del 100, debilidad. Tienes todos los promedios aquí arriba y aquí abajo, ¿qué hay? Aire. aire. Primer objetivo sería 195 y segundo objetivo 190. Ok, ahí les va. En la diaria, sin poner nada de estas mamadas, para que lo tengan. Solamis ha estado en una tendencia alcista desde acá. Abril del 2025 ha tocado esta línea 1, 2, esta es la tercera vez, ¿ok? Esto te dio más probabilidad de rebotar. Vienes a tocarla una cuarta vez, por ahí de los 180, y tienes 60% de probabilidades de dar continuación a la baja. Niveles y rangos en Solana, bastante fácil. Tengo mi rango acá en el 203,16. Si pierdes los 203,16, que es claramente SFP, rechazo, y vas para abajo, tienes el promedio del 9 bajando por debajo del 55, el 21 y el 34. El 100 por encima del 5. La debilidad en esto es una mamada. El promedio del 200, el SMA 200, que es el más lento, viene hasta acá. Esto lo pone bastante fácil. Eres bajista en Solana, simplemente cada que vengas al 203 o si te cagas a los 209, corto y esperar a venir a tocar esta línea meme en los 180. Eres alcista en Solana, quieres cerrar por encima de los 203 primero, después llevarte este máximo en los 210 y eso te pone ya en trayectoria a los 236 para no hacérselas tanto de pedo. Pero claramente están en una tendencia bajista, tíos. Si lo ponen en la diaria así, ¿ok? Y esto es un canal paralelo en realidad, pero no sé si quiero poner canales paralelos ahorita. Vela topera, caída brutal. ¿Ven? Canal paralelo perfecto. Pierdes esta zona y vas a la parte baja del canal. Hasta los 168 tal vez, para que lo tengan presente. Alto, bajo, alto, bajo. No llegas al alto y pierdes la media, bajo. Es todo así. Ahí lo pueden poner ustedes para que lo tengan. Alrighty, señor Farjano, we're ready for Mr.
Robert
Locks. What a fine gentleman.
The most sophisticated gentleman of all time, Robert Locks. He
Robert,
owns the
as in
Locks Company.
pedophilia.
The R in Robert stands for pedophile.
Can I say how gay every YouTube channel is that whenever someone says like fuck or anything, they mute the word, but also when someone says murder, pedophile, rape, they mute it too? Like, what's going on?
The internet has become a bunch of massive fags.
Yeah, it's quite disappointing. Quite disappointing. But hey, at least it makes us even. Hey, we might be retarded when we say that we're special. We might be retarded, but I feel special. Even if I'm retarded, I like it. But I'm just
I like
not
being special
holding.
too. My mom tells me all the time that I'm special. It's true.
Get it.
All right, so on the monthly, we are currently at basically 100% on both momentum and actually 100% on both momentum and volatility. The jewel is still giving you a buy signal, but we've entered into the critical zone where we've been in the critical zone for, I want to say, like 3 closes now. I wouldn't really put much weight on this buy signal with momentum and volatility at 100%. Plus, if you look at the HPDR, we are now tapping the 100% range. You have a 0% chance of continuation from here. Not impossible, but probabilities are very, 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 very much against you. The reason I'm saying it's not impossible, even though it's a 0% chance, is because it's an indicator. Every single indicator could fail. It's just probabilities are heavily against continuation from this area on a closing basis. And if you were to look at every single one of our previous tops before in terms of closing, it's been at that 100, and we haven't closed above that 100. Right here, right here, right here. We're just riding that 100, and then you end up getting a pullback, and then the HPDR ranges move up, and that's when you get your continuation. So as long as we are at this 100% range, it's very unlikely that you're going to get a close above this area. And what's more likely is you're going to come back down and retest this 5 EMA, whether that's consolidating and going sideways while the 5 EMA is dragged up into price action, or getting a little bit of a pullback into that 5 EMA. And what bulls would like to see is for this to take some time the longer it takes, the better for bulls, because the longer it takes and you don't get a breakdown, the more time you can have for your HPR ranges to step up, the more time you can have for your momentum to reset, volatility to reset. And if you're just making a higher low while all of that happens, that's prime for busting action to some significantly new all-time highs. Ideally, if you never lose this 5 EMA, and you just consolidate around here while the 38.2% catches up to price action, the next time you test that 5 EMA, likely it's gonna put in some hidden bullish divergence and send you to some busting action to new all-time highs. Let me draw one of these to see if I can get somewhat of a rough target. I'll take it from this high to this low. And with about 3 closes over $141.40, I'd be looking for somewhere around $180. About a $40 move up. That's like, how much are percentage-wise? $40 doesn't seem that much, but it's like 27%. Nothing to scoff at, especially since it's a stock. Let's zoom out. You go to the 2-week. 2-week is currently positioned the downside, lines up with the idea that you're likely not going to continue or get close over that 100%. Sure, you can get a move up. It is kind of likely right now, especially if you close over that median of around $133.77. That would bring you up to this top 38.2%, around $155, $156. But I would be looking at anywhere around this zone as a prime opportunity zone for a short. You would be taking out your previous all-time high, making a new all-time high, the liquidity grab. But with that monthly being over that 100%, you have heavy probabilities that this area is going to reject. And what I would ideally like to see to confirm this is it would be a spike above this current all-time high and then a close below. That'd be a textbook liquidity grab, and a close below is 38.2%, and that would give you probabilities on your side as well that you're going to come back down to this bottom 38.2%, which is currently at around $116, but this is going to move, and wherever it is at that time is going to be the target. Let's see if there's any bearish divergences. And there is now bearish divergence forming as well, because we are making a higher high on price on a closing basis, because our previous close is around $135. We are over that at the moment. So if we do close over that, there will be that bearish divergence present, because we have a lower high on momentum right now. And that will confirm with any close below $120.56. And that'll give us an easy target of hitting this 21 EMA, which right now is at around $100, but this is going to ever so slightly rise with every single close. And I don't think it's going to go tap that $100 area. I think what's more likely is it's going to make its way up somewhere around this zone here and make a higher low around like $115, $120. And on the jewel is also going along with that idea of that pullback, with giving you a God mode sell signal. But the God mode sell signal doesn't mean you can't make a new all-time high. That's just the fuckery in between. Weekly is now getting up to that 38.2%. Momentum is now flipping back up on the weekly. Volatility is expanding. The jewel is still on a neutral signal, hasn't flipped into a buy signal just yet. Let me zoom in. But it is starting to lose the curvature to the downside and is starting to curve back up. On the background, though, however, you are getting a more bearish signal with the pink crossing below the yellow. Let's mark that off and see what this produces. Let's see. And we're only going to take the ones in the bullish control zone. And there's only one. How does Robert Locks like to perform on these sell signals? Oh, not really much.
Yeah.
About 6.5% to the downside. You got a little liquidity grab, and then 10%.
What is this?
How much
a
are we
sell
down?
signal for ants?
Right? Only 10%. The Saudis are. Oh no, not the Saudis. The pedophiles are buying.
That's why when you have pedophilia behind your corporation, it's almost impossible for you to fail. Look at the Vatican.
Oh, that's a
nice
perfect
building.
point. They've been running for hundreds of years. And they've got quite the beautiful institution.
Oh my God.
And that's another basically 10% move to the downside. So the average move has played out, the higher end move of that 10%. So there's some hopium there. Let's go down. 5 days, same exact look as the weekly. Momentum flipped up, getting to that 38.2%. Volatility is expanding, but 5 days also forming just like the weekly bearish divergence because we are making a lower high right now, and that will confirm with any close below about $122.44. Wouldn't really give you that much of a target lower. This 55 EMA at around that same $115, $116 area. 2-day also flipped to the upside, also forming bearish divergence with volatility at extreme lows. The jewel has not lost the no, actually I was looking at this one, my bad. I was looking at the wrong thing. No, it's still in the sell signal. Let's go to daily. Daily is positioned to the upside as well. Daily is now forming bearish divergence between this point because we are getting above that $133.46 area, while momentum is making a lower high, and this will confirm with any close below $124.96, and that also gives us that target of about $116, $115. We are currently currently do have a buy signal on the jewel out of the bearish control zone, but we got that pink below the yellow cross in the background, which is going to be more powerful than this curve up and with a buy signal. This is more likely going to come around somewhere around this pink and then curve back around here and give us a sell signal, put in some hidden bearish divergence, and then we can get our move to around 116 bucks. 4 hour also positioned to the upside. Let's see if there's any divergence. This is a close at 140 bucks, so there is some present hidden bearish divergence possible because we are making a higher high in momentum while price is still in the lower high. This will confirm with any close below $132.96. But on the opposite hand, on the other hand, we do have a fresh silver cross to the upside. So if we get any move to the downside to retest this 9 EMA, likely does give you a bounce, but that bounce is just going to be a bounce as long as you're closing below about $137.43. Let's go into the R's. Actually, check the 2 hour first. Also leaning up with the idea of a pullback, getting that's a rejection of that 95%, putting in a shooting star dildo with momentum and volatility at extreme highs. Let's go into the RSI. Nothing there. It does look like one hell of a top candle, though, if it does close like this. Zoom in. Nope. Weekly is now about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over $130.20, and that'll give us a target of the simple moving average, which is going to move down in about 2 days. Right now, it's at 165 bucks. I'd like to see this somewhere around that higher 150 area. 5 day. 5 day also putting in that hidden bullish divergence. This one will have a target of the simple moving average, which is also going to move down. Right now, it's at about 181 bucks. I don't think it'll go that high based on that monthly 100% on the HPDR. And I don't mean that high ever. I just mean relatively in the short term. I'm going to protect myself.
Got it. Noted.
3 days. 3 days also putting in hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over $130.20. And you're already in the bullish control zone, so the target would be the critical zone. Yeah, and volatility is now at extreme lows. So this level will update, but right now it's sitting at about 200 bucks. 2 days confirm multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. Volatility is now expanding from 2 periods of 0%. And this will, you've already hit the easy target, which is the bullish control zone. Next target is the critical zone, and that level is at about 178 bucks. And that critical zone target is only relevant once you get a close over about your current all-time highs. It's about $150.59. You need a 2-day close over that. This close is $141. So there's still there's some hidden bearish divergence possible between these 2 points because momentum is making a higher high while price is still making a lower high. This will need to close below $132.96 to confirm, and that'll give you a target of currently your neutral zone, which is right now at $125, and then your bearish control zone is sitting at 115.87. I like this number. Now we go into momentum. Monthly momentum is still pointing to the upside, with volatility now going into a contraction phase. And we are going to be pointed up as long as we're closing over $143.25. Kind of goes along with the idea that you're likely not going to get continuation from here, at the very least on a closing basis, with volatility now going into a contraction phase. Would be the ultimate sign of consolidation if we get volatility confirming contraction below the 15% on the close and we flip momentum to the downside. 2-week is currently freshly flipped up with volatility contracting, and we will be flipped up as long as we're closing over $123.50. Weekly is also currently freshly flipped up with volatility at extreme lows, and we will remain flipped up as long as we're closing over $138, and we're right at the edge of that bullish control zone. 5 days, same exact look as the weekly, except the pivot is at 140. We are currently below that ever so slightly. Check out the 2-day. 2 days currently also about to freshly flip up, with the volatility now expanding from 2 periods of 0%, and we will flip up if we close tomorrow over $135.80. Daily is also freshly flipped up with the derp of life and volatility expansion, and we are going to remain pointed up as long as we're closing over $125.64. 4 hours also pointed up with volatility expansion, and we will remain pointed up as long as we're closing over $130.30. I am back up. On the high time frames, it is still leaning long-term bullish, quite bullish for the long term, but in the short term, we are nearing very extreme areas on both momentum and volatility. We're getting to the 100% on the HPDR, giving you a 0% chance of continuation on a closing basis for the monthly. But on the low time frames, we are getting momentum flipping to the upside. It does kind of look like we are going to make a liquidity grab and swipe these current all-time highs that give us a target based off of the bullish divergences and the HPDR 38.2% at around somewhere about $150 to like $156. But based on that monthly 100% and momentum and volatility, very unlikely you will get a close above that area. And what's going to confirm that liquidity grab for me is if we get a spike above our current all-time highs, and then we get a close below there. If that happens, then at the very least, I'm going to be looking for some sideways price action and maybe a retest of this 5 EMA. But based on the HPDR and the bearish divergences, we would have a target somewhere about $115 to $116. And the next level below there, if we do get a volatility spike to the downside, is about $100 flat to 105. But I would want to see a strong bounce above that level and close over about 116, and that would confirm that the next higher low is in, and then we can go to the next fib target of about $140. I mean, $180 with 3 closes over $141. And the invalidation right now of the move to the downside is is getting a close over our current all-time highs, and I'd use a daily close over that at a minimum. Nothing below a daily over the current all-time high to invalidate the pullback. And the invalidation, oh fuck, somebody's calling me. There we go. And the invalidation of long-term bullishness is going to be, let's see, a tick below about, for the long term, I would use this one. Tick below about $100 flat, or a weekly close below about $112. Either one of those two things, and I think you're very likely going to get a retest of this 100 EMA somewhere around $75. Don't think that's going to happen. However, I think worst case scenario, we're probably just going to go sideways, get a little pullback to around like $100, maybe slight dip below $100. But I think that's going to get bought up real quick, and I think probably going to go to all-time highs sooner rather than later on this. Too much pedophilia involved to not go to all-time highs.
Well said. Well said. We all know what we love out here. Not personally, but what the people in charge of everything love.
What I'm told.
Well, what they love, what they do, they do it. Everybody knows it's fine because they're in charge, so nothing happens. Sorry, Tesla's next for you, senor. Thank you for this. Very clear. Oh, wow. Bienvenidos a primera zona de oportunidad para agregar tomada, que iba a ir para arriba, no llegó a la segunda. Vamos a ver si todavía tiene juego. Aunque interesante del análisis de Farhand lo que estamos viendo. Ramón, pides comentario a ver hasta dónde puede llegar esto. Tenemos que ver esto por lo que es, ¿ok? Aquí hay dos cosas. Voy a poner esa línea aquí arriba también. Aquí hay dos cosas, mi estimado. Una, ¿cuál es este patrón? Este patrón es un patrón de tasa y agarradera, ¿ok? El objetivo total de este patrón son $232. Aquí lo tienes arriba. Y lo que estaba poniendo acá es cierres por encima de este alto histórico en los 150 y vamos a ver dónde es. 150-59 te va a llevar, te va a dar más probabilidad de dar continuación a la alza. Pero hay advertencias. Permíteme enseñarte. Una vez más, estamos viendo Roblox, damas y caballeros, para que lo tengan en mente. Roblox tuvo un boom en noviembre del 2021 hasta su alto histórico en los 140 y tantos. Y en el 2022, en el fondo del mercado, llegó a los $20. En este momento está cotizando casi 7 veces por encima de eso, en los $139. Nada mal, ¿no? Nada mal. Qué putada. Qué locura. Estamos por encima del promedio del 5, 21, digo del 9, 21, 34, todo bien. Lo único que estamos viendo acá es que por fin, después de todo este movimiento alcista en volatilidad, tenemos volatilidad contrayendo. Ahora recuerden, esta es la mensual. El último periodo está aquí arriba. Este periodo todavía no cierra, ¿ok? Es importante saber eso, es como la de Bitcoin. Y normalmente estas cosas tocan tope cuando empiezan a contraer. Ahora, si volteamos a ver esto con el HPDR, esto es donde es importante entenderlo. Ya estamos al 100%. Lo puedes ver acá, en el 100% el HPDR mensual. ¿Esto qué sugiere? Que probablemente vayamos a tener pullbacks, ¿ok? Porque pues tiene 0% de probabilidades de continuación, aunque hemos visto que a Roblox le gusta tocar el 100%, 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 porque es una tabla tan nueva y lo pueden ver acá también donde pues se dio la escapada al 100%. 2 semanas. 2 semanas tienes volatilidad contrayendo en este movimiento lateral después de haber hecho este máximo histórico por acá, el 21 de julio. Y por ahora estás justamente por encima de la media. Permítanme, me acerco más. La media está en los 133. El promedio del 5 en los 131. Estamos en 139. Esto es alcista. Tienes volatilidad contrayendo, pero momentum apuntando para arriba. Entonces, eso nos dice que probablemente vayamos a ver un ajuste. Semanal tenemos volatilidad a punto de expandir del punto más bajo de la tabla, tal vez. Sí, en la semanal está en el punto más bajo de toda la historia de la tabla. Voy a poner una línea meme famosa para ver cuando expanda. Y esto podría ser un gran movimiento a la alza o a la baja. Ojo. Por ahora, esta tabla semanal se ve muy alcista después de haber hecho este máximo histórico. Tenemos este mínimo por acá en los 111. Tocamos un máximo por acá en los 142, hacemos un mínimo más bajo en los 120, continuamos a la alza en los 140 y puedes ver que la parte alta de la zona azul está en 143.97. De poder cerrar por encima de $144, deberías de poder tener continuación hasta los 155. Diaria tiene expansión en volatilidad ante esta caída y puedes ver que continúa. Esto nos dice que va a haber continuación en esta subida. Siempre y cuando, y ojo acá, me gustó esa línea de tendencia, de acá. Esto me dice que 144, 145 son posibles. Tienes todo apuntando para arriba. Todavía no tienes un cruce plateado. Bueno, viene desde acá abajo, en realidad, el cruce plateado. Estás en el 61.8% y te está rechazando el 78.6%. Ok. Puesto sencillo, sin el HPDR para que no se me hagan bolas, damas y caballeros. Ahí les va. Roblox se ve bastante alcista en esta consolidación, lo que nos hace pensar que probablemente nos vaya a dar una jugada sucia Puedes ver volatilidad expandiendo en altas temporalidades con el HPDR bastante tranquilo, pero en la mensual te está diciendo que estás topando. La jugada gata va a ser, esto definitivamente va para arriba, en nuestra opinión. Siempre y cuando nos llevemos los 141 primero y luego los 145, tienes muchas probabilidades de ir a los 150 hasta los 180 en ese movimiento. La gatada que puede hacer ahorita es que vaya a buscar una corrección. Y esta corrección rápida, que la haga de la siguiente forma. Ven este máximo que está acá, que Roblox suba para acá, no cierre ni siquiera una vela diaria por encima de la otra, sea una sola tomada de liquidez, y eso nos diría que podríamos ir hasta probablemente los 112, entre los 112 y los 120, ¿ok? Y eso simplemente sería un bajo, sería el siguiente bajo más alto dentro de la tendencia, y bueno, no sería que aunque probablemente veamos si lo va a aguantar o no, y debería de dar continuación a la alza. Los niveles, ¿qué tan alto puede llegar? El máximo sería 232. Niveles abajo realistas que están puestos por el HPDR y lo que estamos viendo por ahí de los 155 hasta 180. Pero atento a esta. Si ves que revientas el máximo histórico y luego no te da ni siquiera un cierre diario por encima de, esto va a ir primero a corregir para después ir para arriba. Es lo único que tienes que saber. Lo demás es, esto debería de continuar a la alza. No hay nada que nos diga otra cosa, ¿no? Básicamente. Me gustaría poder inventarte cualquier mamada. No sé por qué. Pero no, ahí se ve. Pues ahí lo tienes, mi queridísimo Ramón. Vámonos a ver Amazon para Elías.
Nice.
Let's go. Amazing.
Amazon. Nice. So, what's nice about this perspective is it's really lined up. I mean, this scenario we talked about was just simply based on the weekly 9. We know Amazon loves to reject the weekly 9. This is why it's one of my favorite stocks to short, actually, because it's just easy. It generally just plays very to the book. In this environment we're in, it's very crucial to understand you really, as a bull, need to hold August 4th low. That is at $211.42. You made a lot, $212.60. So you can see they're trying to defend that. Bulls are specifically. For me, though, once you take this low out, it's going to confirm a weekly downtrend shift. This is why in this scenario, we had a little bounce. The bounce took you to the 9. We are now at this spot. If a bounce occurs here, we're probably going to test the 21, maybe go back to the 9 again. It's not really until you dump down, lower low, lower high, where you can get follow through. For me, that's 189 to 194 is a big spot for Amazon I'd like to see tested. Because when we made the April dump, really, I mean, you just didn't test this region at all. You broke out, reclaimed the 9, and then opened in a gap up, higher low, broke out. So it'd be really nice to see this just slowly bleed out, hit this region. Unsure if it'll hold, actually, unsure. And that's why we'll just take it when we reach that region. Now, the weekly is very important to understand the trend shift because it's still technically, wait, hold on. Maybe I'll eat my words when I say this. Yeah, this last higher low, higher high. I mean, I was looking at this, I think, actually, in this scenario. Technically, actually, my apologies, everyone. We are in a downtrend already, just per my system. It's the sleep deprivation I'm occurring. Yeah, so this is the last higher low September. Once you took that, you can just see you're actually just simply rejecting that, right? We just put this here. You're just rejecting that last higher low. Not a good sign with confluence with that weekly 9. So this isn't a downtrend. So this is now the next major lower high. All that's brewing now is just another lower low break to that 201, 200 level. Weekly's closing in 2 days. It's going to be important to understand that once you lose this EMA 34, you will be in a sell trigger. Your target will be the EMA 100. Again, worked out beautifully here. Yes, you dumped through it. Okay, cool. Let's bearish retest. Done. And this was the Academy. No. The Academy shorted Amazon a lot in April, March, April, May. But this is what actually guided my trigger over here. Was just simply the EMA 34. Because again, Amazon is different than crypto. It's very well respected, specifically moving averages. Boomers love them. They really do. And so that makes it a little easier when you know what to look at. So, right, if you're not positioned, maybe you didn't take the Academy short on Amazon, perfectly okay. Just wait for the 2 weeks. It's closing in 2 days. This will at least give you more of a bias down, and you'll have a target to that 194 to 200 region. Off the back, too, of extreme low volatility. Something to note on this volatility read as well, if we go here, where's April? So this entire leg down, remember, I mean, it was violent, was off the back of a 11.2% volatility read. So really, this is violent move. Yes, it played out beautiful, but in this exact region where we broke down, you have an even more extreme volatility read. 2 sessions of 0% above the moving average. This could really confirm expansion into next week. That would look like a dump into these 2 regions. Now, where will I know, like, yeah, this is really not good and things are actually looking really bad, like really bad for Amazon? It's really easy to me. Let me just go to the weekly again. You just need to hold the weekly EMA 100. So let's use the meme line at 190. You need to just stay above 190, this region here. Because if you don't, you've just lost the weekly EMA 100, which really has been holding this entire bull market. You only lost it only a few times, once here and then here, back in April. And it was like traps. It was a loss, reclaim, bullish structure, breakout, reclaim the 9, boom, breakout. That's where I'll stop really being convinced this is going to keep going up. It's like once you lose 190. And look at that. You have your monthly EMA 34 there. That would be brutal if you lost it on the monthly. It's a monthly. It's insane. Look at this. Look at this. The entire time. Years. You're just trailing the monthly 34. Granted here, yeah, there's these moments. But look at this entire move up. Got above. You just held it. See? Held it. Lost it in April. Rejected. Broke down. So that's why 190 is, I think, wise to use as kind of your line in the sand. You'll start opening up these ranges here. Really terrible chart, though, honestly. Really happy, Farn, you posted that Amazon short. It was easy money, brother, honestly. Good stuff. Price divergence at the near the high. Didn't break it. These often give you very tight risk to reward trades. This is a great example of what I've said. When you approach an all-time high, it's good, but you don't want to be too crazy until you solidify that actual breakout, because you can easily get a price divergence, short here, stop there. You have an insane RR trade here. These are one of my favorite. And you can just see stocks, again, are a lot easier than crypto, where crypto barely took its high out. Amazon did not, and that short would have really played out well. Could even do it here. Maybe you didn't catch the top. Fine, whatever. I'm still fine taking a 5%, maybe 6% loss for a 22, if not 40% gain. Can't act like we didn't see a major dump here before. This was actually really surprised me when we did dump back here, March, April. Really was surprising just how aggressive and fast it was. We had like TP 1, 2, 3. I'm like, yeah, this will be hitting like, a few months. It hit like very fast within a month. That's why I like Amazon, because when it gets bearish, it really does just get bearish. I think they laid off 15% of HR or something. I read yesterday.
I mean, they're gonna lay off everyone. Talk about something that you can literally put robots everywhere, right? And by the way, Scott Bessent came out today and was like, guys, the economy is about to explode. Everyone's about to find a job. Everyone's about to be great. We just need to get the government shutdown over with. Wow.
They want us all to win.
I'm pumped. Yeah.
Yeah. So and that's exactly where my head went to. It's like, we're going to just see a lot more of those, because why wouldn't you just segue to robots and AI than people? The margin of error is insane. So, for me now, no position here if you're not already short. You're waiting for the breakdown to occur here. Once you get the breakdown, we can start playing the EMA 34 retest. Now, here's just like a little channel. You can see this is in that region, right in that 209. So really, if you start closing under the weekly 34, taking out August 11th low, this could just give you a whole short setup in itself, targeting down to 192. That is actually what I'm going to be watching for. And since we know now the weekly's in a downtrend, you can just simply use each major lower high. So here we have them all marked, right? Trading each lower high often helps you as a trader just gauge risk. Same with up, just trade the higher lows, simple. So this isn't a downtrend, it's in a weekly downtrend. The monthly is still in an uptrend, questionable though. It's very questionable here, questionable. Got this, but you got this. So it's like, oh, okay. That's why for me, all eyes on this monthly 9. A level that really is respected, very strong, is the monthly 9 on Amazon. You start losing that into November, it'll just start really solidifying what I think, which is mid-November, you're going to just see a meltdown. Not a melt up. People say melt up, meltdown. Wouldn't be good. And Amazon going down, looking heavy like this, potentially having a macro lower high, tells me that, yeah, this low that was formed in March, April is not safe. And that tells me that, yeah, 135 to 146 could be next. Similar to here, right? Lose 190. You just straight up just nuked all the way down. You just kept going down. Well, it can't go much lower. Well, it did. You went down 46%, just to go another 56% from that high. Just my own curiosity. All right, so it's like closer to 93 bucks. Terrible. Only where am I wrong in this? Where is Amazon actually bullish and we're gonna go up? Very simple. Take out September 2nd's high. Unfortunately, that'll just be that. You need to take it out and then hold 229, 230. Hold 230, you'll break out. Until then, be very cautious here. I'm interested to see what the HPDR has to say now. Oh, look at that. Median rejection. Next target is at 190. Interesting. Lose 190, you're in a breakdown. Funny how that works. So, and that's on the monthly. So that's a lot of data with the volatility set up on the monthly. Right? These perspectives are important if you're buying the dip. You want to buy the right dip. You know, this just looks like a fresh median rejection on the macro, and you're just in the process of breaking down. Look at the quarterly as well. Confluence of potentially a macro trend shift, lower high, breakdown, low volatility on the weekly, 2-week, monthly. EMA 34 right at 140 region. Like, this is not a bullish chart. But we're really close to the high. Yeah, it's an easy chart. When you're close to the high, it's going to be easy trading then. So for me now, really, watch the weekly. Pay attention to the 34. This will give you a trade. It did here in February, March. So let's just watch that very carefully because the last rejection of the EMA 34 led to a major move down. So if I know that, I'm not going to be scaling shorts here at support. That just wouldn't be smart. You don't want to be the last guy to the party. Rather, let's just sit on our hands, play what we know. We tested the 21 here. You've already rejected the 9. Only thing left at this point is to test this region before going to the 34. So maybe into next week, maybe into this week, you see the breakdown, like with Bitcoin. Next week, you get the rally up. We're so back for then the rollover early November. Yeah, early November, I guess that makes sense. But really, the timing doesn't matter. The charts will tell you. Lose the EMA 34 in the weekly and reject. Your target is the 100. That could take a few weeks. It could take, one candle. Really, I mean, you lost the 34. You just dumped to the 100. Interesting. I like this weekly. Like if you're trading Amazon, just trade the weekly. This is nice. It's been nice. It's been good to you too.
I also like the 3-month. The quarterly has a topping candle, and basically if this one just closes below 211, follow through.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. That's a good point you bring up. You do have an evening star here. You are getting follow through, and you are in a quarterly breakdown. So what's the argument there, Bulls? It's like, that's the point. You need to be cautious when you're at these highs. Just because you're near a high doesn't mean you're just instantly bullish. Things are slowly shifting here to become bearish. And if a macro trend shift occurs, you definitely want to catch that early. You don't want to be the guy just trying to long when you're just going down, down, down. This quarterly is bearish. Just buy the HBDR. It's bearish. This is a topping candle. You have 2 more months. So if we're going to be correct on maybe November, December dumping, this gives you great confluence of that. Just there. 2 months to go. This should end red. You're in a breakdown, meaning the next 2 months should be pretty brutal for Amazon. If Amazon's going down, probably not a good sign for Bitcoin. Amazon is considered one of the less riskier. I know it's still volatile, but compared to like an Nvidia, Tesla, it still is like medium risk. I would say, at least the volatility aspect of it.
I am so sorry to interrupt you, Alex, but I'm going to tell you what I just saw personally that everyone that I respect on the crypto space is saying. Arthur Hayes, there you have it. QT is over. Back up the fucking truck and buy everything. Inspiring words by him. Then right above that, Max Kaiser is telling us that the singularity is upon us because he's retweeting Simply Bitcoin, saying that Elon Musk and Michael Saylor explain Bitcoin as energy money. They've done this a million times, but right now it's very important that you know that. The other thing is Walter Bloomberg is saying search interest usually spikes near market tops. Low buy Bitcoin searches could mean there's plenty of room to go. Wow. Incredible.
Amazing. Fascinating.
Hang on. Bitcoin Magazine. Bitcoin's hash rate hits an all-time high, boys. You know what's next. Price is coming. So, yeah, it's about to go fucking down, baby. It's about to go up. Did you guys put all of your money in Bitcoin already?
All of it. 100x leveraged.
Good job. Good.
I already maxed out all my credit cards too and all my loans.
Good job. Bankless HQ is saying $200,000 to $250,000 Bitcoin by the end of the year. Fat Asian Man Tom Ali and Arthur Hayes share their price predictions. Wow. It's just unbelievable.
Just a funny side note, but Arthur Hayes is hilariously always wrong.
By the way, I don't know who any of these people are. It's just my feed is showing me that.
That's crazy. That's hilarious. It's showing you all this bullish.
He's the founder of the biggest exchange before Binance during
COVID.
COVID.
Really? And he's always wrong about it?
He's always wrong. Literally always wrong.
So see, this is what they do. These people want to confuse you.
Yeah, they do. And that's why it's just a lot of noise when you go down. A lot of noise.
Yeah.
The sooner you realize it's all noise, the more profitable you become. And that's just the truth of it, really. Specifically when it's down markets, it works with a lot of noise. Buy the dip, bullish, and then you go up. Up only is easy. It does not work like that in down markets. It's actually very the opposite. How did that work out with the beginning of October? I mean, everyone was bullish.
October, Alex. What do you mean? It's October.
Exactly. October, exactly. I heard that in token a lot.
It became Uptober.
Rectober, actually. Rectober. So
well, the good thing is Jeff Bezos is telling us that the bubble in AI is the problem, not this. So you should absolutely ignore those stocks and just get in Bitcoin. Like Grant Cardone, he might be able to be blessed today and buy cheaper.
And will he? That's the thing. You'll see people buying 120,000, 115,000 Bitcoin. When it goes to like the 99.8s, no one's going to buy. You're not going to have people buying at 69K. It's like a paradox. Really, you should be doing the opposite of what you're doing, which is don't buy high, buy low, sell high.
Yeah,
crazy concept. Last thing here is weekly volatility. Bollinger Bands are pinching. You are about to expand. I really like this perspective with this channel. You had like a fake breakdown here. That fake breakdown, it's better perspective on the monthly. We'll turn the Bollinger Bands off real quick. But this channel, just meme line I just drew, what I've observed is, once you like started to lose it, that's when you got the big dump, but you got to reclaim and moved up. So we're now again approaching that at like $211. When I see the weekly brewing a BBWP setup with Bollinger Band pinching, and you have that lower band exactly right here at that channel, this great confluence. This is why the weekly is just a nice chart to trade, honestly. So just be very aware of that. Amazon can go down a lot more. I would be gauging a move after this weekly to the EMA 34, meaning if you just start dumping if you expand far from the EMA 34, watch for a mean reversion, bearish retest, and then potentially short there. So that's all I have on Amazon, really. Very bearish on it. And personally, I'm expecting like 158s, 160s, at least testing very close to April lows. Specifically, again, we can say this when volatility gave us that major dump and you weren't even brewing a extreme read. Here you have two. So this can get a lot more worse. So just be aware of that.
Perfecto, senor. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. I'll be quick so that Foreign can do Tesla. Just all the good news. I'm just so blown away by all the good news about Bitcoin. God, it's so easy. Let's go to all-time highs, baby. I bought the dip.
Love this. I love this environment. This is my favorite.
Vámonos, muchachos. New all-time highs. Let's
go. Vale. Damas y caballeros, estamos viendo Amazon, por supuesto, en una tendencia alcista trimestral, pero tenemos que traer esto a su atención. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo hasta arriba? Una vela topera y no mamadas. Además de que es un alto más bajo, ¿ok? Que el último máximo histórico, lo pueden ver claramente en esta línea de tendencia. Y atentos, cualquier cierre trimestral, lo bueno es que aquí todavía le falta a Amazon un rato, debajo de los $211, confirmaría nuestra vela topera y le debería de dar seguimiento a la caída. Nuestro siguiente objetivo natural, el promedio del 9, por ahí de los 197, que probablemente llegará a los $200, pongamos por ahí. Y segundo, la línea meme, que es el rango de breakout. Recuerden, al tío Salo le encantan los rangos de breakout. Normalmente son muy fáciles de tradear porque el precio casi siempre regresa a ellos. Entonces, mínimo los 190 están en la mesa por ahora. En la misma trimestral teníamos volatilidad expandiendo ante esta subidota y ahora lo que tienes es un poco lo mismo que estamos hablando con Bitcoin, volatilidad contrayendo. Con volatilidad contrayendo, efectivamente. Por ahora estamos cotizando en 2.14. Perdón, puta madre, deja de ponerte así, Alejandro. 2.14 es donde estamos y hemos hecho un máximo histórico por ahí de los 2.42. Atentos. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual es interesante porque tienes volatilidad cayendo, no al punto más bajo de toda la historia en la gráfica, pero por debajo del 15%, preparando un setup por ahora de los potentes. Interesante. Tienes una vela topera mensual acá. Esta es una tendencia bajista por ahora. ¿Por qué decimos por ahora? Porque tienes, obviamente, en lo que viene atrás, un bajo más alto. Alto, un alto más alto. Pero ahora tienes un alto más bajo, pintado. Y además tienes una vela topera acá y estás pintando otra vela topera. Si cierras tal cual donde estás ya, confirmarías esta vela topera. Y esta vela topera se confirma en 2.16. Y vas a cerrar. Yo me guiaría antes por la mensual que por la trimestral, damas y caballeros. La mensual va a cerrar solamente en 16 días y 3 horas. La trimestral todavía faltan 2 meses más los 16 días. ¿Ok? Si llegas a cerrar debajo de los 2.16 y luego ves que pierdes el 2.11, que es lo de la vela trimestral, que es justamente el promedio del 9, básicamente acá. Es más, puedes usar eso. El fondo de esta vela y el promedio del 9 en tu tabla mensual. Eso te diría que vas para abajo. Ahora, la otra cosa que tienes que estar checando es si expande la volatilidad ante una caída o si expande ante una subida, porque eso te va a dar todavía más confluencia en lo que estás analizando. Y ahora, si les junto esto, no, vamos a ponernos mamones. Acá, esto es así. ¿Dónde perderíamos la media? En los $210. Interesante, porque es donde ya estaría siendo rechazado por los mínimos. Ok. Es lo que estamos viendo en la mensual. Además, poniendo el HPDR, pueden ver que justamente estamos ante la media en los 2.16. Esta media en los 2.16 nos está rechazando hasta ahora. Siguiente objetivo es el promedio del 9, que estamos ya por nada. Y si lo rompemos, 198, y si no, la línea meme en los 190, con un escenario bajista en los 168. 168 podría aguantar y esto sería un mínimo más alto y un bajo más alto. Sería tremendo y eso nos mantendría simplemente en una tendencia alcista o tal vez en el intermedio, ¿no? Porque no hiciste un alto más alto, pero no pierdes la probabilidad, no pierdes la posibilidad más bien. 2 semanas. Tenemos volatilidad contrayendo, no al punto más bajo de la tabla. Por supuesto, Amazon estaba cotizando por toda su puta vida aquí. Si la de 2 semanas nos está dando el previo de la mensual, hemos perdido la zona azul y estamos cayendo. El promedio del 21 es lo que nos está aguantando en los 2.12, 98, que de nuevo, eso si no estoy equivocado, es el promedio mensual del 9. Llegas a perder esta zona, vas a los 205 hasta los 201 y de ahí 190 sería el siguiente objetivo. Todo esto lo puedes cancelar, obviamente, haciendo un alto más alto de $239, para que lo tengan claro. Uy, recontra uf. ¿Por qué? Porque la tabla semanal es bajista. Máximo, alto, bajo, alto, y ahora estás a nada de llevarte este bajo en los 211. Sí, una vez más, los 211. Te llevas los 211 para abajo. Siguiente objetivo debería ser los 194, que es donde está el EMA 100, por ahí de donde está esta línea meme. Lo interesante es que tienes volatilidad a punto de expandir. Y mínimo si está expandiendo ahorita, tal cual, si lo contamos por encima del promedio, que de nuevo no podemos, no tiene que ser por encima del 15%. Pero si me quiero adelantar como una perra impaciente que soy, esto está ante bajada. Si esto llega a continuar esta expansión rápida y ves que esta semana se pilla por encima del 15%, Dios, esto va a acompañar a la baja y 194 hace el siguiente objetivo. Diaria, tienes ya la expansión de volatilidad y la tienes acá. Todavía no empuja fuerte, tienes 2 sesiones. Entonces tienes esta vela de indecisión y esta. Vas a mantener un ojo bien pelado acá y atención. ¿Por qué? Tienes justamente el SMA 200 acá. Llegas a perder la zona de los 214 y vas a los 211. Ya saben qué pasa si pierdes los 211, haces un bajo más bajo y oficialmente estarías en una tendencia bajista en todo lo que es Amazon. Ahora, todo esto está mal si podemos romper los 228 en la diaria. En la semanal serían los 238. 228 en la diaria para empezar tal vez a preparar algo en la semanal para arriba, pero por ahora tienes un cruce plateado a la baja y un retesteo del 9 en los 216, 220, perdón, que es donde está también el EMA 100, que es 1, y luego te rechazó el EMA 100. No se ve bien. Y además vean todo esto, déjenme quito el HPDR para poder verlo mejor. Amazon no había perdido el promedio del 100 desde la subida de los aranceles. Lo tocó una vez ante la bajada. ¿Qué fue qué mamada les contaron en agosto 25? Se me olvidan todas las estupideces que nos dicen. No me acuerdo ahora. Pero bueno, venimos, lo tocamos una vez. Luego venimos, lo tocamos, aguantó. Venimos, lo tocamos, nos cayó. 1, 2, 3, cerró arriba. 4, arriba. 5, te engañó. Y luego vino, hizo esta gatada. Esta es una vela envolvente bajista. Y ahora vas para abajo, perdiendo el 100 y ahora el 200. La última vez que hiciste esto fue lo que te llevó a la verga con los aranceles. Acá. Y eso te llevó al mínimo en los 161. Así que Amazon mantén una buena vista. Las vistas más fáciles de seguir, simplemente el SMA 200, el EMA 100, que es la zona donde deberías de encontrar rechazo, más o menos por acá. Pierde la línea moradita que va por acá, para abajo. Rechaza la línea roja, para abajo. Expande volatilidad ante esta vela roja, que parece que es lo que está haciendo. Empezaría yo a pensar que probablemente las volatilidades en altas temporalidades como la de 2 semanas van a apoyar ese movimiento a la baja. Y Amazon, como objetivo, para que lo tengan todos puesto, primer objetivo, por ahí de los 200. Segundo, 190. Y pensamos que hasta los 160 se podrían dar. Pero Lo que tienes que ver aquí que es importante es esto. Te está rechazando ya esta línea de soporte meme. Y ya que te empieza a rechazar, porque la última vez que lo hizo, ¿qué pasó? Caímos. Una vez que la retomaste, zona de breakout. Estás cayendo y no la puedes pasar. Si no puedes reventar para empezar los 2.18 a la alza y empezar a cerrar por encima de, se empieza a ver el escenario bastante feo para esto. Vámonos, Mr. Farjano, con Tesla Rita.
Tesla. All right. So
Is
I'm
this the
gonna start
Nazi
with,
company that makes the Hitler cars?
it is indeed.
Oh,
It
perfect.
is.
Perfect.
It's the worst company in existence. Don't mind
Well-
any attention to Volkswagen, which was literally started by Hitler. This is the real Nazi company.
That doesn't matter. The news doesn't allow me to think that yet, okay? So as long as the news don't say that, I can't think that way, okay, Farhan? You gotta be a nice member of society and just listen to everything the news and Twitter says. They're the experts.
Exactly. One of my
What do we got?
one of my
Yeah.
so the
No, tell me.
on the,
One of your...
yeah, one of my favorite tweets of all time is when BMW tweeted about something about anti-fascism and supporting alphabet communities and whatnot, and someone replied, "But this is my favorite picture of BMW," and it shows a BMW logo on one of their like cars with the Nazi logo like right underneath.
I love culture wars. They're so stupid.
On the quarterly on Tesla, we have closed the previous quarterly candle over our previous all-time highs. And as of now, we are currently slightly bouncing off of those previous all-time highs at that $414 level. As of right now, I am still leaning slightly towards the bias that we will come back to retest this 5 EMA, whether it's going to be on a move to the downside or this 5 EMA is going to be pulled up into price action. Right now, as long as we are bouncing off of this meme line of those previous all-time highs, what's more likely is that the 5 EMA is going to be pulled into price action. The second you lose that 20 what year was that? I keep thinking Bitcoin 2021 2022 cycle high, you're more likely going to get that deeper pullback and tap that 5 EMA, and the 5 EMA currently lines up with our previous the wick high of the quarterly candle of April. That puts you at somewhere around like $360 to $370, and this would be the more fucky scenario where you get that deeper pullback of around like, what is that, closer to 20%, which would be a textbook definition of a bear market for traditional markets. And all that would be is just a retest of your quarterly 5 EMA, your fastest moving of the moving averages, and a 20% pullback. The CNBC and all of the institutions are going to be calling it Tesla entering into a bear market with the 20% drawdown from all-time highs, when all you're really doing is just reconnecting with your 5 EMA, your monthly momentum, or quarterly momentum is still pointing to the upside, volatility is still expanding, not really much to be worried about with a pullback to that 5 EMA. And to be honest, this kind of should be looked as an opportunity if you can get a retest of that 5 EMA in that $360 to $370 zone. And I'm not saying for like a long-term move to like $700, but at the very least for a move back to this meme line, and that's pretty good. That's like more than 10%, double digits, I'll take it. And if you can start to reclaim this meme line, that's where you get your move to all-time highs. And reclaim, I mean on a closing basis, and I would use at least a weekly. I wouldn't be comfortable with anything lower than a weekly on that. And monthly. Monthly is also lining up with that idea of a pullback. As of now, we are still holding over that meme line for that 2022 cycle high. Once we start to lose that meme line, that's where we get our pullback to our 9 EMA, somewhere around the 9 to 38.2%. That puts us at that same $360, $350 zone. But this back test of that $360, $370 zone, we'll just be testing this 38.2% after getting a breakout above it. And usually whenever you close above the 38.2% and you come back to retest it, it is a strong area of support, and that's usually where you bounce off of for your next cycle high. Let's go into the Jewel. Jewel is now curving back around, giving us a buy signal and very close to entering into the bullish control zone. And it's still maintaining this bullish cross of the pink above the yellow. So basically, the textbook picture happened right here, where you get the bullish cross, you get a rejection of your bearish control zone, you get a sell signal. The sell signal just comes back to retest the cross, and then you flip back up back into a buy signal. As of signal like this can take several candles to play out, and this is a monthly chart. So this could be around maybe 3-4 months before this setup actually does play out, and the jewel enters back into the bullish control zone and makes a higher high. And in that meantime, we can come all the way down to this 38.2%, come back like $350, and then that plays out, and then we go into the 500s. Look at momentum right here. Come on. Momentum is currently, what is the close on this one? This is $403, $404. This one is $444. And notice how there's a lower high, so there is possibility for bearish divergence here. Although this is heavily unlikely to confirm, because you will have to close below $288.77 to confirm it. Probably not going to confirm on this candle. Probably not even the next candle. But if you're going to be truly bearish, it's going to be on the towards the end of the year on that next quarterly close. And that one confirms the bearish divergence. Then the idea is out of the window that we're going to bounce from 350 and continue on to new all-time highs from there. If that happens, then I'm going to be looking for the next EMA target, which is somewhere around like $310, and and maybe a retest the median at just below 300. I'm not leaning towards that possibility right now. I'm more on the idea of either holding this 2022 cycle high or getting a little bit of a deeper pullback to somewhere around that $350, $360 zone. 2 week is now starting to dip below the bullish control zone. We are still pointed above the moving average, but it's very close to starting to flip down, and volatility is very close to going into a contraction phase. The jewel, however, is still giving a buy signal, and we're still above this 38.2%, which I like to say the 38.2% lines up with this meme line. So if you were to lose the 38.2%, you'd be losing the meme line as well, and that's what gives you your move down to that median. It's right about that $350 zone. Very beautiful area. Weekly is now very close to flipping back up on momentum. However, it's still technically flipped to the downside, and volatility is close to going into an expansion phase, but it's still contracting. And if you were to look at the jewel, we are now losing the buy signal, flipping over into a neutral signal, which is more short-term. I wouldn't say exactly bearish, but it's more of a sign of caution. Once this flips into a sell signal, that's where it will flip bearish. Right now we are, and as long as we are trading below about $470.75, more likely whatever move you get to the upside is just going to be a bearish retest before we go lower towards that somewhere around $370, $360 target. And the confirmation once again is getting a loss on. I'd even use the daily closing basis below this meme line of $414. 5 days currently positioned to the downside. Volatility is going into is in a contraction phase, and we are currently sitting right at that 5 EMA. What I want to see for confirmation of that move lower, it will be a close below that 5 EMA. That'll give us a move down to our 9, making it a lot more likely that we're going to end up closing below this meme line, giving us the deeper pullback. But there's a lot of confirmations in between there. 2 days now holding this bottom 38.2%. Momentum, however, is still pointing to the downside with volatility. It's still in the contraction phase. Let me zoom in on this momentum. We have taken out this previous low on momentum while price is making a significantly higher low. That does give us possibility of hitting bullish divergence here. This will need to close over about $436.89 to confirm. And if you can confirm that divergence, that will give us an easy target of reconnecting or retesting somewhere around our current all-time highs. And that put us at somewhere around this 38.2%, which I believe is an ever so slightly all-time high. Yeah, it's a new all-time high by like $3. And if this does happen to hit that new all-time high, I kind of think it's going to be a liquidity grab, probably close below, and then end up getting that deeper pullback. Daily currently freshly flipped to the downside with volatility expansion. Daily jewels giving you a sell signal within the bullish control zone, pink crossing below the yellow. You've lost your 38.2%. Got a perfect backtest of that 38.2%, rejected it to a T, and now you are getting your breakdown. What I want to see to confirm that breakdown is going to be a close below this 21 EMA. brings us down to the 55. And now, ideally, you want to see 2 closes below this 21 EMA, if not 3. 2 would work, but ideal would be 3, and that gives you your move down to the 55. And once you've come all the way down to the 55 at $390, a little unlikely you're going to see a god candle from here to close back over the meme line of $415. More likely you're going to get a bearish retest of that meme line and then a move lower to the 100 at that $360 zone. And there is somewhat of a little gap right here, a little gappy gap. So it would be interesting to see a bounce from that 55 EMA at like $390, trap all the gap fill people, come back up to this meme line, then dump it towards 360. I believe at 360 it may be when Elon's a retard that should resign. Maybe.
You think so at 360? With the worst quarter for Tesla ever coming up?
Okay, maybe lower. Maybe lower. Trying to find some hope here.
No, at that point, I doubt that they're going to say that. You got to get really low. That's why you go really low on Rivian, you go really low on Tesla for you to start hearing everyone on Twitter to tell you to tell their CEOs how to do their job. That's when it happens. Not at 3. Like imagine just at 370. Like the loss is nothing.
And then you'll see a petition on one of those petition websites with like 500,000 people who own 0.01 shares saying that Elon needs to step down.
Absolutely. But we need the price to really go low.
4 hours now freshly flipping to the downside with volatility going into an expansion phase, and we were getting a nice rejection of our median. Right now, I want to see a close below the 38.2% to confirm that move down to the meme line, and then the fact that the meme line lines up with our 55 EMA kind of makes me a little bit more bearish because we've already tested this 55 EMA once, and we've got a pretty strong bounce off of it. Like if you were to go percentage-wise, that's like 7%. Considering the size of Tesla, that is quite a bit. And the next time you tap that meme line, that 55 EMA and the meme line, it is going to be significantly weaker. And at that point, maybe you get a little bit of a bounce, takes you to 38.2%. I don't think it's going to be the bounce for the bounce that you're looking for. It's likely going to drop you down at a minimum to this $390 area. I do think this 390 area is going to give you a bounce for many reasons. One, because you're going to be filling this gap. A lot of people are going to be bidding this. 2, you're getting to the 100 EMA. You're getting to the 88.3%. Don't have much chance of continuation from there. But I think this bounce is just going to be a bearish retest before lower. Let's go into the RSI. Quarterly still has quarterly still has hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over about $214.25. And your next target is the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about $459.80, about like $460. With volatility expanding from basically the same point it expanded in 2019, before we had that 2,000% move to the upside. Spoiler alert, Tesla's probably not doing 2,000% from here. I kind of think a little bit of a pullback is more likely than upside, like at all. But 2,000% probably not going to happen.
What do you mean, Kathy Wood? Kathy Wood. Let me just remind you, Kathy Wood and her fucking dry ass pussy said that it would go to billions of dollars. So I believe her. I believe her.
Did she specify which type of dollar? Could have been Zimbabwe dollars.
Maybe. That's okay. You got me there.
Imagine that's what she actually says. She's like, I never specified US dollars.
Oh, that dude, she'd be. I would love her so much.
That'd be the greatest troll move of all time.
Ever.
On the monthly right now, we are forming some bearish divergence because we are making a closing higher high than this close here, but momentum is making a lower high. That also is going to be a little bit difficult as of the moment to confirm. You will need a close below about $288.77 to confirm that. That will give you a target of the neutral zone, which right now is at about $214. You think 213 is the number where he's got to step down?
Yes, that's it. Around if you get to low 200s, that's where I entered, right? If you get to low 200s, you might have a flush down to like the 190s, 180s. And I think that's where people are going to be like, you need to be fired. You need to quit. Let me tell you how to do your job. Elon didn't even come up with Tesla. He doesn't even do his companies. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's when those people come out.
Yeah.
And then Gary Black and all the people that talk shit about Tesla come out and they're like, we're going to sell our shares. And they sell the bottom. And that's when, when Ross Gerber is like, all right, I'm going to sell the new shares that I bought at the top. That's when you know that it's the bottom. And then it's really simple, to be honest with you.
Sheesh, I would be leveraging the fuck out of Tesla on BTCC if we go to $190.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm fucking
That's a nice 20x there.
Yep.
What is this close? 436 and 440. Nice. We got bearish divergence on the 2-week as well. And this one will confirm with any close below $411.45. Gives us a nice target of somewhere around $350. Lines up with any of our RSI targets? Yes, it does actually. The exit of the edge of the bullish control zone is at $355. And then the next target is the neutral zone, somewhere between the neutral zone and the simple moving average, puts you between 250 and 240. Weekly, nothing. 5-day, nothing. Nothing. 3 days still technically got some hidden bullish divergence, although this is very arguably played out. Next target, if we do get continuation, which I think is a little unlikely, is going to be the critical zone, and that is at about $519. Come on. Nothing there. Multiple drives of bearish divergence currently on the daily. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $434.20. And your next target of that divergence is going to be the bearish control zone, which right now sits at about $368. Oh, nice. I like that number. And we are getting volatility expansion. Are we? No, we were. But, no, we still are. I thought this went under. So we are still getting volatility expansion with multiple drives of bearish divergence. 4 hours now invalidated the hidden bullish divergence. Let's see, nothing else there. Nope. And 2 hour currently has regular bullish divergence, although this is arguable. This is played out because we have tapped the easy target, which is the neutral zone, and now we are forming bearish divergence on the other end. And we will have to close below about $494.70, and that bearish divergence will confirm, and that'll give us an easy target of hitting this 100 EMA. You can see it just appear and disappear right there. That 100 EMA currently sits at about $419. So this would be a reconnect with that mean line of $414. It lines up with our bearish control zone target at about $410. Let's go to momentum. Come on. Quarterly momentum is still pointed to the upside with volatility expansion, putting in hidden bullish divergence, taking out this previous low. Price made quite a significantly higher low. Let's just for funsies measure out what that higher low is by on a percentage basis. 973% and about 692%. Yeah, that's quite a hell of a higher low. And we're going to be pointed up as long as we're closing over about $273. Coming all the way back down to $270, even $250, and not closing below this will still keep quarterly momentum to the upside. And that will be how much of a pullback from the all-time high? Let's see, to 270. It's like almost 50% down. And quarterly momentum looks to be pointed up. Monthly is freshly pointed up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to remain pointed up as long as you're closing below $359, $360. Interesting. That is our target one of our targets to the downside. 2-week is currently also pointed up. Going to be pointed up as long as you're closing below above $378, with volatility expansion from about 24%. Weekly is currently flipped to the downside with volatility expanding from many periods of 0%, and we are going to be pointing down as long as we're closing below about $465.50. And this lines up with that short-term pullback. 5-day also about to freshly flip to the downside with volatility expansion, and it will flip down as long as we close below 446. And the weekly already being flipped down makes it a lot more likely that 5-day is going to flip down. 2 days also flipped down with volatility now fully reset at extreme lows, and we will remain to the downside as long as we're closing below 449, 450 bucks, and we are now losing the critical zone. Last time we rejected the critical zone and then held the bullish control zone and made our way into the critical zone. But if you were to look at the time we actually lost the critical zone, we got a nice little dump ski to this 100 EMA. Actually went even lower than the 100 EMA. Go to another example where we lost a critical zone. Lost a critical zone right here. Went down to the 100, got some not even really much of a bounce. Go retest the 100, and then you went down to the 200. Find another example. Over here, you lost a critical zone, came down to the 100 EMA. Over here, you lost a critical zone, minimum 100, but you went lower to the 200. So it seems to be at a minimum move, you come down to that 100 EMA. Here's another example right here. Came down to that 100 EMA. And right now, our 100 EMA sitting at about $330-ish, and it's going to ever so slightly rise with every single close. Ideally, I'd like to see it at about 360 bucks to line up with that bias, but it doesn't really need to happen. And if we were to get one of these moves, which kind of now with what you said about 360 not being low enough, kind of think we might get one of these moves to retest the 200 like we did basically every single one of these times. 200 right now sits at about 280 bucks. That is how much of a move down from our highs. Let's see. About 41% currently.
That's
Pretty
nothing.
respectable. Yeah, maybe we'll go lower.
No, what I'm saying is
190.
that'd be nothing. That's still people in Tesla would not be freaking out at that level, which
Let's see
could be
what
great for
190
them.
is.
What I like is normally like the averages on the falls, it's going to be 70%. Do 70% just for my sake.
Bring us to about 140 bucks. Interesting. We have looked at this number before.
Yeah. That'd be insane. That'd be crazy.
That'd be one hell of a dump. I wonder what the narrative would be to just justify that.
I wish I knew. Well, if we go into something really terrible where you're seeing the DXY go up, yields come down on the U.S. Treasury for the 10 years, then it's just like the word is just this is a recession. When the news finally allows people to think that this is a recession, not the fact that they're poor, they cannot afford anything, they cannot travel, they cannot pay anything without using credit card and continue to extend their debt. No. When the news finally tells them, hey, this is a recession, that's when the freak out happens, right? Unless they come up with a great excuse to give everyone money, which I doubt.
And that whole I love how people think the tariff stimulus check is actually going to happen.
The tariff what?
Like the splitting the tariff revenue into stimulus checks.
People are so retarded.
Good luck.
He said that day one, then he said that 4 months ago, and then he said that again a month ago. And people every time send it out. Here it comes, inflation. No, dude. PPP loans cost the inflation. People got tens of millions of dollars individually.
I kind of like to troll with that though. Whenever somebody mentions that stimulus check or stimulus check coming, damn, bro, you make less than 75K.
Yeah. Terrible.
On the daily, we are still pointed to the downside with volatility in an expansion phase, and we are going to remain pointed down as long as we're closing below about $434. 4 hour. 4 hours now currently pointed to the upside. Volatility is, however, contracting. Kind of looks like the lower high is in right now, and momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're closing above $422.80. Let's say $423. The hopium for bears is that volatility is contracting with momentum pointing up, and we are just making a lower high in a series of lower highs. The confirmation that the lower high is in is going to be a close below about $426.35. That happens, we're at a minimum going to get a move down to the that meme line at 415, a little bit of a bounce, and eventually I'm looking at 390 at a minimum. although I do think it's going to go a lot lower. Let's go here. And 2 hour now kind of confirms it where it's very close to flipping to the downside, and it will flip down as long as we close below about $428. Let's go up. So on the high time frames, although Tesla is looking leaning towards the bullish side for the long term, in the short to medium term, I do think it's more postured for a pullback, mainly because we are getting a fresh close, putting in hidden bullish divergence on our quarterly, closing very far away from our 5 EMA, putting in a pretty god candle on this quarterly, which I'm sure got a lot of people bullish longing these highs up here. And we are currently getting a bounce from our 2022 cycle high of around $414. As long as we are holding over that area, I think it's more likely that we are going to grind out some type of higher low, although my bias is that we are going to lose this area. And I think we're going to come down to, at a minimum, somewhere around $390 to $360. And whenever we get down to that zone, I think we will get pretty strong bounces from those zones. And depending on where those bounces take us to, as long as they don't take us back over about like 400, and actually, I wouldn't use that number. It's a little too high. Yeah, it's $470 basically. As long as they don't take us back over to $470, I kind of think that we're gonna go towards that $330 to $340 number, which was that next bearish divergence target. The targets below there is sitting at about 260, and the next level below there is at about $190. Now, when I'm thinking based off of the low time frames, which are about to freshly flip to the downside, that we will at least see a move down to the $415 area, and then that's what I think when we get our breakdown to about 390, get a decent bounce from about 390, and then we move towards about 360, and depending on the reaction at 360 is what I'm going to use to gauge if we're going to go into that mid 200s or not. And right now, the invalidation is basically just going to be getting a tick over our current all-time highs for this pullback. And the invalidation for long-term bullishness is going to be, go here.
344, no? Oh, 377?
377?
$377?
To
Invalidation for bullish?
for more long-term, I would want to use, like on a tick basis, like 273, and a closing basis. Let me zoom in. I use this one here at about 297. Either one of those two things, and I think we're gonna get a move down to this 200 SMA at about 180, and it's gonna slowly rise and make its way up to somewhere around that $180, $190 zone. That still technically would just be a higher low in a series of higher lows, and a very fucky higher low, but it would be a higher low. And depending on the reaction here, then we could see whether we're gonna go to all-time highs from there or not. Very impossible to say from this point because we don't know how it's going to react. But that would be the invalidations.
Perfecto, senor. Well, you go out there and enjoy Chinatown for me. Be safe, take care, and that was great. Anything you'd like to add before you run?
Nada from Cochiloco.
All right. My brother Cochiloco, thank you so much for everything. Much appreciated.
Buenas tardes. For me, buenas noches. And for you, buenas tardes, muchachos. And hasta luego.
Buenas noches, señor. Take care. Antes de ir a Tesla rápido, quiero contestar un par de preguntas. Rápido, bla, 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 bla. Elías pregunta si me voy a retirar del mercado. Lo de nadie me preguntó. No. Lo único que ni siquiera piensen en eso, es lo que les voy a decir. ¿Qué les parece? No creo que esto salga tal cual. Pero no tiene nada que ver con nadie me preguntó. No tiene nada que ver con el E-Trading Academy. Pone Elías que sabes que estás en hay una señal de recesión porque en AT&T Stadium, que es el estadio de los Dallas Cowboys, la cerveza está bajando de precio. Qué buena, ¿eh? Qué buena, en serio. Ramón, dices, recuerdo que nos ibas a pasar los datos de tu amigo en México, bla, bla. Ya les dije, le dije, güey, tienes una página web porque lo que hace es como con las empresas que él sirve, les da estos deals. Y le dije, ¿tienes una página de internet que me mandes? Me dijo, no, pero justo la estoy acabando para el fin de esta semana. Entonces, en cuanto la tenga, bueno, se las pongo enfrente para no darles un teléfono, nombre, etcétera, y que parezca un deal, ¿no? Entre nos, porque no tengo nada que ver con lo que hace, solamente mi cuate y solamente te lo mencioné porque vi lo que ponías. Entonces, queda la próxima semana, yo me imagino. No depende de mí, es cuando su sitio web esté listo. Y Canito, de nada, qué bueno que está usando los rangos, me da muchísimo gusto. Así que felicidades. Vientos, estamos listos para darle a esto, damas y caballeros. Vamos a cerrar con Tesla. Tesla es una bastante fácil, en mi opinión, pero vamos a darle a hacer todo el mame del análisis, por supuesto. Habíamos tenido esta expansión de volatilidad de acá, ponte tú, acá, y déjenme lo pongo para que lo puedan ver, que fue la primera, fue este gran velazo. Esto nos haría pensar que debería de dar continuación, pero empezamos a ver divergencias bajistas en momentum acá. Así que vamos a mantener la calma. Tenemos una vela de indecisión por ahora en esto y estamos haciendo un alto más bajo. Lo pueden ver acá. Después de los 489, en este momento nos fuimos a los 460. No, fueron 470, me acuerdo perfecto. Y aquí básicamente hemos estado cayendo. Pero pueden ver la línea dorada. La línea dorada es muy importante. Perdón, acabo de mover esa línea. Ok. Esta línea dorada es muy importante. Si llegas a cerrar por debajo de ella una vela grande, como una mensual, 2 meses, etcétera, abajo de 4.29, lo que normalmente pasa es vas a caer a este rango a los 4.14, que es la zona de breakout, y si caes acá, vas a venir a los 3.70, 3.30 y tal vez hasta los $300. ¿Ok? Eso sería lo primero que pondría enfrente de ustedes. ¿Qué tienes que hacer para invalidar este tipo de caídas? Lo único que tienes que hacer es romper tu máximo histórico, que está en 489. Mensual, les digo una vez más, ahí es justamente la misma zona y esperemos poder cerrar por encima, aunque volatilidad ha estado contrayendo todo este tiempo en la mensual. Voy a poner el HPDR para poder darnos una mejor idea de dónde estamos parados. Estamos por arriba del 61.8%, buscando ese 78.6%, lo que nos dice que solamente tenemos 8% de probabilidades de dar continuación a la alza. Eso quiere decir que podría darse una corrección. Y esta corrección empezaría por simplemente, una vez más, debajo de los 428, de ahí a los 414 y ya ahí abajo de los 388 empezarías a de verdad pensar que esto se va a dar la vuelta para abajo. 2 semanas nos había dado este setup de volatilidad, pero ahora la volatilidad simplemente está yéndose de lado al mismo tiempo que esto. Tienes una vela estilo topera, no completamente topera. Esta es una vela buena topera que nos llevó para abajo en los aranceles, que hizo comprar al tío Salo por acá y vender acá. ¡Qué locura! Por ahora estamos por encima del 50%. El 50% coincide perfectamente con la línea amarilla que les digo, en esos 429, $428. De poder cerrar por encima en 2 semanas, vamos a venir a los 458 y probablemente aquí marcar un nuevo máximo o mínimo llevarte este. Pero de no poder estar por encima de la línea amarilla, la parte alta de la zona azul está en los 407 y aquí hay un gap hasta los 395, 396. Así que este gap podría ser llenado tranquilo y si caes a la zona azul, la media te está esperando en los 350 y el promedio del 9 está a punto de llegar a los famosos 370, que era nuestra zona de breakout. La primera y la original, ¿ok? Semanal. 8 de la mañana, presidente Putin. Ok, tenemos esta expansión de volatilidad que nos llevó para arriba, una vela hija de puta de indecisión y ahora simplemente estamos chopeando de lado en el 61.8% semanal por encima de esto está en los 420. Nice. De poder romper los 460, eso debería llevarte a máximos históricos. 460 te lleva a los $500. De perder los 414, siguiente parada el 50% en los 400 y de ahí los 382. Diaria, periodos de nula volatilidad, lo que nos dice que se viene un movimiento bueno. Podemos ver que nos está rechazando el promedio del 9, nos rechazó la media antes, ayer. Hoy nos rechaza el promedio del 9 y ahora vamos cayendo y nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser la parte baja del 61.8% en 4.25. Si se dan estos 4.25, vamos a ir para abajo en escalón. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo en general en todo esto? Tesla es bastante sencilla, honestamente. ¿Eres alcista? Puedes escribir estos rangos. 428, aguanta y es lo que quieres para poder dar continuación. ¿Eres bajista? Bueno, eres alcista, este puede ser el escenario. Pierdes los 4.28, vas a ir a 4.14, retestear los 4.28, caer a la zona de los 3.70, que es donde viene el EMA 100. Y aquí, esta zona es la que esperas que aguante, cabrón. Si esta zona, los 3.70, no aguanta, se va a repetir la historia en Tesla y va a bajar esto bien. ¿Ok? Esto debería ser la zona de máxima oportunidad si eres alcista para continuar a la alza. Si no, y te llevas los 3.70 de corrido y vas para abajo, esto se va a convertir en resistencia rápido, como lo ha hecho todo el tiempo. Entonces, bastante fácil. Alcistas, queremos ver 4.28 que continúe para poder ir a máximos históricos. 4.28, de ahí romper los 470 y de ahí el máximo histórico. Y definitivamente no llevarte los 4.11 a la baja. Si te llevas los 4.11 a la baja, confirmarías que estás en una tendencia bajista, aunque lo estás. Confirmarías esa tendencia bajista en los 4.11. Primer objetivo van a ser los 400, de ahí los 395. No aguantan los 395, vas a los 370 y aquí es donde esperas que con la fuerza de la mano de Dios o de quien quieras, de Superman o de milagritos, de quien te guste, que pueda aguantar. No aguantan los 370 y Tesla va a empezar a ver los 200. Pueden ser los 200 altos y que ahí aguante. Existe una probabilidad por ahí de los 290, 280 que aguante y ese sea el próximo mínimo para hacer un alto más alto después, pero sabiendo y entendiendo que viene el peor trimestre de toda la historia para el reporte de Tesla, pues Dios, es ¿cómo se dice? No va a ser bueno, ¿ok? Es lo que quiero decirle a todos ustedes. Ok, estoy de vuelta, una peinadita en lo que se puede con el pinche poco pelo que me queda. Vientos. Perdón, es que me meto a bañar después de hacer el análisis de Bitcoin porque voy a hacer ejercicio. Qué locura. Aprovechando todo el día. ¿Qué les iba a decir? Pues nos vamos a ver en un rato. Gracias a todos los que nos acompañaron en el casino El Tío Salo hoy. Gracias por haber llegado temprano a todos los miembros de ETA. Se les aprecia muchísimo. Les voy a tener el contacto, el sitio web de estos güeyes que se dedican a comprar su cripto en cash para darles cash, para que no tengan que pagarle ahí al exchange los impuestos y ahí se hacen de vuelta, se dan vuelo ustedes con los impuestos. Vamos a leer al rato el diluvio. Y recuerda, si eres católico, cristiano, crees en esto tal cual, como nos han enseñado todo el tiempo, no te recomiendo que lo veas. Todos los que ustedes vienen a ver esto dicen, estás leyendo la Biblia mal, y tienes que leerla de acuerdo a lo que significa, que es lo que me dijeron. Eso no me interesa. Puede que ustedes están bien. ¿Saben qué? Muy probablemente ustedes están bien, es lo que voy a decir. Pero no me interesa estar bien. Recuerden que soy un pendejo. Soy un pendejo valemadrista, que no le importa nada. Nada. Entonces, cuando vengan, si vienen acá y vamos a hablar del diluvio, vamos a hablar de todas estas mamadas, que lo sepan, van a ser mamadas, ¿ok? Es todo, es un loco pendejo, ya saben. No sé nada de economía, no sé nada de coches, no sé nada de finanzas, no sé nada de empresas, no sé nada de nada. Soy solamente un pendejo. Entonces, déjenme pendejar. No se me amarguen y sobre todo no se amarguen ustedes en casa. No estoy buscando eso, no estoy buscando que se peleen, no estoy buscando que se enojen, no estoy buscando que se emperren porque la palabra santa de Dios debe ser interpretada como quieren ustedes que la interprete. No, estamos leyendo esto como si fuera un cómic, a la verga. Así que si eres persinado, no vengas a esto, ¿ok? Nos vemos en un rato para hacer esto. Pórtense bien y gracias por toda su atención. ¡Oh! Estoy emocionado, el diluvio,